Okay, we are live. All right, good morning, guys. Did anybody have any questions on the homework? Any questions on the homework, chapter 1? Everybody good? Okay, so did you take the test on page 181 in the spiral book? Did you grade your tests using the answer key at the very back of the book? When I call your name, if you can tell me your score is right here. It'll tell you at the bottom of the answer key, it tells you each one is worth 5 points. So if you miss 0, it's 100. If you missed 1, it's 95, and so on. Or if you can't do that, just tell me how many you missed and I'll do it for you. All right, Dina. Ashley. Very good. Abby. Thank you. Caitlin. Carsey. Thank you. Pilar. Michelle.
I can't find it right now.
Oh, that's okay. It's page 181 in your white book.
Okay, yeah, I missed 2.
Okay, on the worksheet?
Yes.
Okay, if you go in your white book right there, go to page 181.
Oh, okay. Oh, 100.
Okay, very good. And Lisa?
100.
Very good. All right, any questions on what you read or what we learned on Monday? Anything you need me to go over and explain? Did I go too fast for anybody?
I have one question.
Sure.
About the testing. You said we had to wear matching scrubs. And did you say solid white shoes?
No, for testing, there is no dress code for testing.
Okay.
So you can wear jeans, you can wear leggings, you can wear t-shirts, you can wear anything you want to for testing. The only dress code requirement is closed-toed shoes. So shoes that encompass the whole foot. No sandals, nothing like that. Because it is a clinical environment. But there is no dress code. Now, that being said, there is something to look the part, act the part. So when you go in wearing scrubs, you tend to test, you actually tend to test a little bit better because you're in that mindset based on what you're wearing. So you don't have to wear scrubs. It's not a requirement, but if you have them, I would certainly consider wearing them to the test. The biggest thing is you want to make sure that you're wearing items that will allow you to do the skills. So some of the skills will require that you get down on the floor to do foot care or empty the drainage bag. So, if you're wearing super tight jeans, that might be a problem. So just kind of keep that in mind that during the test, you're going to be physically active and make your selections accordingly. We were a testing center for many years. I've seen people come in and cut off shorts and bikini tops, thinking they were just going to run in, take a test, and go to the beach. So I don't recommend that, primarily because society is what it is, right? So we judge you based on how you look. I mean, people judge each other, and it's very subconscious. You may not even be aware that you're judging other people, but you do. You form an impression of somebody based on how they look. Well, if you're there not looking professional, those evaluators are going to be influenced by that. And they, subconsciously may judge you a little harsher. Does that make sense? So I don't recommend that. But don't wear jeans and a bikini top to test, but you can certainly wear whatever you're comfortable with. All right. So we're going to review what we learned on Monday. And I know I went through a lot of stuff on Monday. I mean, I overwhelmed you guys with information, but I did tell you you're going to hear all of this stuff again and again, because at the beginning of every class, we review all of the principles that we've learned up to that point. Oh, Crystal asked, should my hair be up? There is, again, no requirement for testing that your hair is up. No requirement. There is no checkpoint that says candidate prevented their hair from touching the patient. There's nothing like that on the state exam. So no, you don't have to have your hair up. Thank you for putting that up there. You don't have to have your hair up, but again, it kind of goes to that professionalism. If you have super long hair, that when you're going to be transferring a patient out of bed and into a wheelchair, and your hair is going to kind of fall forward during that, if you've got super long hair, you might want to just put it up, either have a scrunchie with you or, clip it up or something, just to kind of keep your hair out of somebody else's face. But again, not a testing checkpoint. My older videos, the 2016 videos, my hair was a little bit longer than it is now. And I didn't have it up. I actually left it down for for the videos that I produced. And you can actually see in some of the videos that my hair falls forward, onto the patient. And that's just really not all that hygienic. Nobody wants some stranger's hair in their face. These newest videos, still, my hair's a little shorter than it was, still longer hair, but I clipped it up here so that it had less of a chance to fall forward. Mama Chichi says, good morning. Thank you. I appreciate you. I passed my CNA watching your program. I have a question. Where can we get in service for renewing CNA? Well, congratulations on passing. That's amazing. And as far as renewing, we're going to go over that in class 8 in detail. But you do have to have a certain amount of in-services. And again, we'll go over the particulars in class 8, but you have to have a certain amount of continuing education or in-services in order to renew. The one that I recommend right now is called CNA Zone, but there are others as well out there. Just go to your favorite Google or your favorite search engine and search for CNA in-services in your state. So that's what I would recommend. Also check with your employers, because a lot of times employers will offer continuing education. All right, so how do we know what to do with each patient? We follow the care plan. That's right. And for us, it's the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care. What does that mean? Nothing but the care plan. What does it mean? Yeah, you can't change it. Not our job to change the care plan. So yesterday we had the game show, and I had a couple of questions on there where one of the answer choices was asking you to change the care plan. And this is going to be very, very similar to what you're going to see on the state exam. The question might be a bathing question, or a feeding question, or the question itself deals with something totally different. But one of the answer choices is going to ask you to change the care plan. Now, as of now, you should know that will never be the right answer, because that's not the CNA roles. You should automatically be able to, kick that one out of contention. It's not even a possibility. But those that aren't being trained on the care plan will often think that they need to intervene, that they need to make a decision, change that care plan. And what the test is trying to figure out is, do you know your role? Do you know your role? Hi. Yeah, it's fine. If you don't know your role, then that's going to be, detrimental. So we follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. While we're doing that, we should be making observations. That's right. And when we make those observations, who should we be reporting them to? The nurse. Very good. All right, so every skill starts with an opening. Every skill starts with an opening. It's how we start every skill. Every opening is going to start with a knock, and that's purposefully designed to keep our patient's environment their safe space. No one should be invading that safe space without some sort of advance notice, a knock, a hello, something to let them know that you're coming in. Once we knock or identify that we are entering the space, and by the way, for the test, we don't have to wait for a come in. You don't have to wait. Just, it's a courtesy knock. You don't have to wait for the patient to acknowledge you. But in a clinical setting, if that door is closed, please wait for them to say come in, because closed doors usually mean something private is happening on the other side of the door. So don't just knock and barge in, whoops, when the door is closed. If you knock and the door is closed and no one says anything, knock again, because maybe they didn't hear you. If you still don't hear come in, crack the door open and announce yourself. Hey, it's Patty, your CNA. Everything okay in here? I'm coming in. And if you still don't hear anything, you need to go in, because there's probably something going on in that room that's going to need your attention. So once we knock, we're going to greet the patient. And we do this by name. So, hi, Mr. Jones. Hi, Miss Jones. Good morning. Thanks. Yeah, you're fine. Good morning. Remember, it's always about the patient. And if we aren't addressing our patient by name, they have no idea that we actually are doing the right things on the right person. And I want you to understand there's a lot of trust that goes into this. A lot of trust. In fact, I just saw a thing on Facebook about a situation where a surgeon was supposed to go in and take somebody's spleen, and instead took their liver, and you can't live without a liver. So that obviously, caused the patient to no longer be with us. Understand that medical errors happen. Even though we have lots of safeguards against them, medical errors happen. And your patient knows that medical errors happen. If they aren't 100% sure that you're doing the right things on them, on the right person, they may not have a lot of faith in what you're doing. Does that make sense? Okay. So it's important that the patient knows that you're working with the right person. If the patient doesn't have that awareness, then no matter what we do, is Julie out there? Is Julie out there?
Yeah, no, she's up in
Oh, okay. All right.
She just forgot the laptop.
Oh, no. Okay. Thanks. So, addressing your patient by name is not just for us, it's also for them. Because when you start working with that patient, they may think to themselves, is this really supposed to be done on me? So that's one of the reasons that we have to greet them by name. Once we greet them and address them by name, they need to know something about us. They need to know who and what we are. So we're going to introduce ourselves by name and title. Now, this would seem pretty self-explanatory, introduce yourself. You're about to get up close and personal with this person. They need to know who you are. But understand that there are situations where people impersonate healthcare workers to gain access to the most vulnerable population. This patient is vulnerable. So we have to be aware that this is why you have to wear your badge with your picture facing out and your name. And a lot of people are uncomfortable with that. They turn those badges over. This patient is vulnerable. They have to have some assurance that you really do belong there and that you really are the person caring for them. You could just be a stranger on the street because they sell scrubs at Walmart. There is no restriction to who can buy a medical costume. So wearing your badge, having the picture facing out, and announcing yourself by name and title is super important to get your patients to trust what you're about to do. There's a high level of trust that has to happen here, guys. High level of trust. And we can't just assume that they're going to trust us. We are total strangers. Like, I don't trust the guy behind me in the Walmart line. I don't know him. I wouldn't take him home with me and give him free reign to my house and my family. Nobody would do that. And yet, in a clinical setting, that's exactly what we do. We put the most vulnerable people in bed, and then we say, trust everybody that comes in this room. That's scary. So we have to make sure that we understand the mindset of this. Does that make sense? All right. My question is, what if the patient doesn't talk? So if you have a patient that can't identify themselves, that can't, converse with you, that can't answer questions, how we're going to handle that should be reflected in your care plan. So the care plan should have instructions on how we're going to identify that patient. If they're not able to identify themselves, then this came up during the assessment, and there should be something on the care plan that tells us how to proceed. Remember, we're learning normals, and any deviation from normal would be addressed specifically in the care plan for that patient. Okay, good question. So we're going to introduce ourselves by name and title, and then we're going to tell them why we're there. I'm here to whatever, insert name of skill here. And then you want to get permission. So I'm going to ask, is that okay? Remember that patients have the right to refuse any care at any time for any reason. And when they say no, no means no. So we just let the nurse know, hey, I was doing pericare on the patient. They said no. They're covered. They're in the middle of the bed. They're safe, but they're not going to let me proceed. So what do you want to do about this? And a lot of times the nurse will have to go in and assess that. Now that sounds really silly, right? We're in the middle of pericare. Patient says no, we cover them back up, we go find a nurse. It sounds kind of silly, but what if that patient was a victim of a sexual assault overnight? Don't think it doesn't happen. It does. About 3 years ago, there was a young woman who was nonverbal. She had had a near drowning incident when she was about 3. So she had very little brain activity. She was in a nursing home. Good morning. She was very limited awareness of her surroundings. And she ended up giving birth in the facility. She had been in that facility for 20 years. And she ended up pregnant. Now, this is somebody who obviously cannot give consent. And she is giving birth. And the person that found it was the CNA while doing a partial bed bath. The stomach started tightening. Now, nobody recognized the fact that she was pregnant because a lot of times with long-term care in young women, we give them hormone suppression medication to prevent monthly cycles from happening. So she had no monthly cycles, and she didn't gain weight in a traditional way like most pregnant people because she was being tube fed. She was on a very specific calorie-controlled diet. She wasn't eating for 2. So here's somebody that nobody expected to be pregnant, giving birth while being bathed. So the question is, who was the father? Because this person was not able to give consent. Turns out the person that impregnated her was the nurse. So if you have a patient who is telling you no when you go to do pericare, that is not an insignificant thing. As the nurse, I have to assess whether she may have been the victim of a sexual assault while in the facility. Sexual assaults can happen by staff members. They can happen by other patients. They can even happen by visitors. So when your patient says no, don't just move along about your day. That has to be reported. Does that make sense? I know these are deep topics. And it seems so simple. You just ask if they, will let you do the skill. They say yes, you move on. But we need to talk about the other issues here. Now, don't think that this stuff doesn't happen in our own community. The worst so far case of multiple sexual trauma with a healthcare provider happened in Citrus County. There was a nurse in Citrus County who was working in the recovery room at surgery. And he was working alone, and he sexually assaulted multiple women while they were under anesthesia. As young as 14. Don't think it can't happen here. So if a patient refuses, what do? Report it. Don't hide it. Our job as CNAs is to ensure the safety and well-being of our patients. And sometimes that means that we even have to look at our coworkers. Okay. We don't investigate. That's not the role of the CNA. The role of the CNA is to report to the nurse. If we're not getting anywhere reporting it to the nurse, then you go up your chain of command. So once we've done all of that, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I like to throw a how are you in there, or, how's it going this morning, or something like that, because it kind of gives me a sense of where the patient is right now. Are they sick? Are they in pain? Are they weak? Are they dizzy? I mean, I gather a lot of information from patients just by asking, how are you this morning? If they're anything other than I'm good, I'm not going to do whatever it is I have planned with them. That means I've got to stop and tell the nurse. So, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Once we've got all of that out of the way, then we're going to close the privacy curtain. Now, this curtain is not clean. It's not. Everybody in the world has touched this curtain. So I know once I touch this curtain, my hands are not clean. We're going to go wash our hands before we touch the patient because of everything in the environment that you might be touching on your way. We don't want to touch the patient with unclean hands. So we'll close that curtain. We'll wash our hands. And then we'll go get our supplies. Now, our big rule here is don't touch the patient until your hands are clean. Now, at the end of every skill, the very end, we do the closing. And the order of this does not matter. Knock yourself out. I don't care how you do it. But you want to make sure the patient is in a clean environment. The bed is in the lowest position. We want to ask about comfort, and they need to hear that word, are you comfortable? We'll address preferences. We do that by offering a magazine. Would you like a magazine before I go? Make sure they have their call light. It's either in or near their hand so they can use it. And you're going to open the privacy curtain. Now we're going to do all of those things before we wash our hands. I don't care how you do it, just do them all. Then we'll wash our hands. Now, once we wash our hands, we've washed off those patient cooties. You don't want to go back and do things with the patient after you've washed your hands. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of washing your hands. But if you have to document, you have to wait until after you wash your hands to document. So we're going to ensure a clean environment. We're going to make sure the bed height is in the lowest position. We'll ask about comfort and offer a magazine or remote control or whatever. We'll ensure the patient is covered. We don't want to see their knobby knees. We do not want to see the patient's knobby knees. So they need to be covered either with a sheet or clothing, but I should not see their knobby knees. And there's something about that that makes the patient feel vulnerable. If somebody is laying down, having their legs exposed actually makes them feel more vulnerable. So I don't want to see their knobby knees. Make sure they're covered. Open the privacy curtain. Give them their call light. Wash your hands. Once you have clean hands, then you can touch the pen. Remember, that pen goes with you everywhere. You'll document and then wash your hands again. After washing your hands that last time, don't return to the patient. Be super, super intentional about that. So you've got to end the skill with clean hands, but you also need to have a patient who feels cared for and cared about. So let me give you a good example of this, cared for. There was a young lady a couple of classes ago who had been in a really significant car accident and was in the hospital for many days. And throughout that time, I mean, she apparently in the car accident, glass had cracked and broken and stuff. And she had glass all on her scalp. In the time that she was in the hospital for all of those days, and it was something like 10 or 12 days, nobody addressed the glass in her scalp. Nobody. So she went home and her mom had to pull the glass out of her scalp. Is that a patient that feels cared about? So that tells me nobody was bathing this person for days. Now, I don't know about you, but if I go more than one day without bathing, I'm feeling a little icky. So it's bad enough that she had a car accident that's making her feel really icky, and now we want to go add this on top of it? That's not cared about. We've got to do better than that. It's not just medical. It's personal. Good? Make sense? Cared about, super important. Don't recontaminate after you've washed your hands. Now let's talk about hand sanitizer, because up until this point, I've only talked to you about hand washing. So hand sanitizer, this is Jeremy. I like little Jeremy. Hand sanitizer can be used in medical settings, and it's often used in medical settings. But the problem is it has to be used correctly to be effective. Now, hand sanitizer works different than hand washing. When we go to the sink and wash our hands, we're using friction to move those pathogens off of the surface of the skin, and we're using the water to wash those pathogens away. So at the end of hand washing, the goal is no pathogens. Those are the hands I want to be touched with, by the way, no pathogen hands. Now, hand sanitizer works a little bit differently. With hand sanitizer, right, we're still using friction, but we're not washing those pathogens off of the surface of the skin. So we're using friction, but where are those pathogens? Still on the hands. Now, the way hand sanitizer works is it breaks down the membrane that holds holds all the insides and the pathogens. Think of the membrane like your skin, right? Somebody took all of your skin off, then all the inside stuff would now be outside. So this works the same way with pathogens. It breaks down the membrane. So they're no longer able to wreak havoc, right? We've made them inert. We've killed them, but they're still on your hands. So if I go to eat something, I am eating whatever it is with a side of dead E. coli, which probably isn't much more appetizing than live E. coli, by the way. So if you're going to bring your hands up near your face to eat, to drink, to talk on the phone, to scratch an itch, anything like that, you want to make sure that you've washed those germs completely off of the surface of your skin. We're going to talk about why in just a minute. But when we're using hand sanitizer, you've got to make sure that you get enough hand sanitizer to keep your hands wet for at least 20 seconds. Now, where did we hear that before? Right, hand washing. So the same rules apply. So your hands have to remain wet for at least 20 seconds, and you've got to hit all of those areas that we would have done when we washed our hands. So the tops of the wrist. When was the last time you used hand sanitizer and rubbed the tops of your wrists with it? No, what we usually do is get a little bit of hand sanitizer. Okay, done. You didn't get in between your thumb and index finger. You didn't get between your fingers. You didn't get the backs of your hands. You didn't get the bottom by the pinky. You didn't get the top by the wrist. All you did was your palms, which means that pathogens are going to live everywhere else. So if you're going to use hand sanitizer, we have to use it correctly. It is just like washing our hands. All the same areas have to be hit, and we have to rub for at least 20 seconds. Good? Make sense? All right, but if we are going to put our hands anywhere near our face, you probably ought to use hand washing just to prevent pathogens from getting inside you. Now, there's 2 pathogens that hand sanitizer does not work on. One of them is called norovirus. Now, norovirus is called the daycare disease and the cruise ship disease. And that's because it spreads like wildfire in confined spaces. So when you've got a whole bunch of kids and kids love to, share toys and hug on each other, and they're really good about, lots of affection, right? But the problem with that is that body fluids come into play, and it can spread in a daycare setting like wildfire. It also spreads on cruise ships, and that's because when we're on vacation, we think the pathogens are on vacation too, and we stop paying attention to what we're doing with our own personal safety when it comes to vacations. So we don't wash our hands before we eat like we would at home. And that generally puts us at risk. Now, I am a big cruiser. I love to cruise. I've been on 27 cruises, I think. And one of the things that I do when I'm on cruises is I watch people. And after COVID, I thought this was really brilliant. After COVID, now the whole cruise industry shut down for like a year and a half with COVID. When the cruises started up again, I went on a cruise, and they had, during that time that the cruise ships were down, they had actually installed physical sinks in the eating areas. So you could physically wash your hands before you went to eat. And brilliant. That's awesome. It's a great way to cut down on norovirus. Physically wash your hands. But the problem is twofold. Number one, you got to wash your hands at the right time. If you wash your hands before you go to the buffet, that's good. You're not transferring germs to all those utensils. But what are you picking up from those utensils? So where you really need to wash your hands is before you start eating. Make sense? Okay. The second problem is that nobody actually used them. So I would sit there next to the hand washing station, and I would watch all these people walk right by that hand washing station and go to the buffet and get their food and sit down and eat their hamburgers and all the things with their hands. And the water is right there. And they still wouldn't use it. So this is why norovirus spreads very, very quickly, because we think that pathogens take a vacation too. They don't. Hand sanitizer does not break down the membrane of norovirus or C. diff. So using hand sanitizer on a cruise ship is not going to prevent norovirus. It doesn't work on it. Hand washing does. Now, if you think norovirus is bad, and by the way, norovirus gives you diarrhea and vomiting for like 3 days. It's absolutely just horrible. It is not the way you want to spend your weekend. Norovirus is bad. I avoid norovirus like my life depends on it. But if you think norovirus is bad, C. diff is its older, meaner cousin, and it sticks around for 6 to 8 weeks. So if norovirus is bad, C. diff is like, you know what on earth. They don't get broken down by hand sanitizer. So if you're caring for a patient with norovirus or C. diff, hand washing is required. Hand washing. I'm stressing this for a reason. Last time my mom was in the hospital, she was actually in the ICU. She had had a severe allergic reaction. She was in the ICU. I went, and in the cubicle next to her was a patient with C. diff. Now, I knew this because the contact precautions were out. C. diff. There's a wall separating C. diff from my mother, who just had medications to calm down her immune system because she had an allergic reaction. C. diff, 12 feet from my mother. And every single staff member that went in and out of that C. diff room used hand sanitizer. It does not work on C. diff. So when a staff member came into my mother's room, I made them go to the sink and wash their hands. But what would have happened if I wasn't there? This is important, people. It's important. You need to know this, because the people that you're working with may not, or may not care. Every person that you're caring for is somebody's mother or sister or daughter. We got to do better. Good. All right. So that brings us to the biggest topic that we have to learn about today. I answered a whole bunch of comments yesterday on YouTube. Close up. I open that. And a lot of the comments had to do with this topic that we're going to go over today. So far, we've learned 3 principles. We've learned to follow the care plan. We've learned how to start every skill. We've learned how to end every skill. Okay. So now we're going to put them to work. We're going to learn how to do a skill. So I'm going to introduce the skill to you. We're going to talk about it really quickly, but we're actually not going to dwell on the skill right now. I need to teach you something else so we can learn to do the skill. Okay. So pulse is what we are going to start with. So this is on page 52. Those of you who are playing along at home, turn to page 52 in your CNA Skills Study Guide. All right, so we introduced this, we introduced this briefly on Monday. This is the introduction page for a skill. Down the side shows you the principles that are going to be used in that skill. They're always spelled out on the page as well. So we know we have to follow skill rules. These are the skill rules. We know we have to do the opening. Here's the opening. We know we have to apply glove rules. Oh, we don't know that one yet. We know that we have to do the skill-specific steps. They're spelled out here and here. And we know we have to do the closing, which is spelled out here. Now, thankfully for us, we already know most of these. We have a video on this, and this is your test-specific information. Somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 5 minutes or less. And it's going to be done on a live testing person, so another student. You will be taking their pulse. Now, that person will be laying in bed. So when you're practicing this at home, you need a live person laying in bed to simulate the test so that you can set it up exactly the same. Documentation is required. Normal is between 60 and 100. And you can be off by 4 beats in either direction. And we'll talk about that in just a few minutes. But this was what was on the other page, all the principles involved. And we already know skill rules. We already know the opening and we already know the closing, but we don't know this one. So let's learn about glove rules. Because glove rules is one of the big 4. Glove rules is going to be used for every skill that we do. So every skill requires that we follow the care plan. Every skill requires that we do the opening. every skill requires that we do the closing, and every skill requires that we evaluate the need for gloves. Now, this is complex because a lot of students want to make gloves skill specific, but it's actually not. It's patient specific. So I'm going to explain a little bit more about that as we go, but keep that in mind. Gloves are not skill specific, they're patient specific. So we evaluate the need for gloves for all skills, all the time. I do have a video on this. You can watch the video. But this is one of the big four. So these four apply to every single skill that we do. Doesn't matter what it is. I've got notes for you on page 41. But this is going to be a long lecture. I'm going to pull up a chair because my knee is killing me today. No, it's okay. All right. So in order to understand gloves, I've got to give you an illustration that really doesn't have anything to do with healthcare because you don't really know healthcare yet. Giving you a healthcare demonstration isn't going to help you. You have nothing to, no frame of reference here. So I'm going to give you an example that has something more familiar to you. We're going to build a sandwich together. Everybody has done this, right? You've gone to a sandwich shop and they build a sandwich in front of you. You guys are all familiar with how this works, right? Okay, so we're going to build a sandwich together. You guys are going to tell me what you want on it and how to make it. And I'm going to actually make the sandwich virtually. So the first thing that we need to make a sandwich is gloves. You feel much better knowing that that person making your sandwich has gloves on. You don't want them touching your sandwich with their bare hands. That's just gross. So they put on a clean pair of gloves, and that's good. We're happy with that. So now the first thing we need, now that we have our gloves on, is bread. So what kind of bread do you want? White, wheat, cheese? Oh, white. Okay. So we're going to grab a loaf of white bread out of the bread cart. We got to move that little drape thing out of the way, get the bread out of the bread cart, and we're going to put it on our table, on our work surface. And then we're going to pick up a knife that's laying there, serrated knife, and we're going to cut that bread, slice it, and we're going to fold that bread open with our gloves. Now we probably want some condiments on that bread. So would you like some mayonnaise?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to reach into the little mayonnaise container thing there, and it always has this little spatula thing sticking up. So I'm going to pick up the spatula and spread the mayo on the bread. Do you want any other sauces, like ranch or chipotle or honey mustard or anything like that? Chipotle. So I'll grab the chipotle sauce thing, tap it on the table, and we're going to squirt that on our sandwich. And we're probably going to put some bacon on here too, because bacon makes everything better. So we're going to reach into the bacon package and put the bacon on our sandwich. So, whoops. So, what kind of meat do we want here? Do we want turkey, roast beef, ham? Turkey. Oh, this sounds like a really good sandwich. So I'm going to open up the little fridge underneath the counter and pull out a package of turkey, and we're going to lay that on our bread. We'll throw that wrapper away. And now we probably want some cheese. So I'm going to go into the cheese drawer, but I'm out of the cheese that you wanted. So I have to go into the big cooler, and I'm going to have to open up the the bins that have the cheese in it. So we're going to open up the bins, and I'm going to bring it out here, and I'm going to slice that cheese. Once I have the cheese sliced, I'll put the rest of the cheese in the little cooler underneath and put our cheese on the sandwich. Let's toast this sandwich because it's got bacon on it. Sounds good. So we want to toast it, but the toaster is being used right now. So we're going to have to kind of hang out and wait for a minute for our turn. Once it's our turn, we can open the oven, put our sandwich in, turn the dial to set the time, and hang out and wait. Once it's done, we're going to pick up that paddle thing and scoop our sandwich out and put it back on the table. Now we're ready for the toppings. You guys want lettuce on that? I'm going to reach into the lettuce, grab a handful of lettuce, shake it out, and put it on my sandwich. How about some tomatoes? Reach into the tomato bin, and we'll put those on the sandwich. Pickles, olives, green pepper, onion, whatever you want on here. We'll reach into those bins, get those items, and put them on our sandwich. Now I'm going to take that knife that we cut the bread with earlier, shove it inside the sandwich to hold everything in, and fold it over. Pull that knife out and set it to the side. And then I'm going to wrap that sandwich up in a wrapper and go over and tap some keys so that a receipt or a sticker prints out, and we can put it on the sandwich to identify how much that sandwich is going to be. How do you feel about that sandwich now? But I wore gloves. You guys were happy that I wore gloves. What happened? Okay. Okay.
Limbo.
Okay. So gloves themselves don't keep germs away, do they? Not if you're touching a lot of things with those gloves. So we have to start thinking about gloves a little differently. The problem is that once you start wearing gloves routinely, you stop paying attention to what you're touching. That sandwich builder had no idea all of the things that she touched with those gloves on. She wasn't, the rule is you wear gloves when you make a sandwich. She followed the rule. Now, this was a real life scenario. I actually took these pictures. I ordered a sub. I actually took those pictures and I ate the sub, knowing everything that she touched. I ate that sub. And the reason I did is because my immune system is pretty good at keeping me safe. And your immune system needs a little bit of a workout every day. And I did not get sick, and everything is fine. Buffets are another story. I probably wouldn't go to a buffet, but I ate the sandwich. But the problem is that even though I was taking pictures and I knew all of the things that this person had touched while making my sandwich, she was not aware of any of them. So let's take a look at all of the things that she touched. Do you think those gloves did what you thought they were going to do when she put them on? No. All right, so she touched the outside of the bread cart. Probably not clean. She touched the knife to cut the bread, and we know that's not clean because it wasn't washed in between sandwiches. And if it only touched bread, that might be one thing, but it doesn't just touch bread because that same knife gets shoved into the made sandwich to fold it over. And it's used to cut a made sandwich. So that knife has condiments on it. It has meat. It has cheese. It has all kinds of things that were on that sandwich now on that knife. The mayonnaise spreader. This is the worst culprit, believe it or not, in this scenario. Because that mayonnaise spreader generally stays in that tub all day. And it is touched with gloves that are not clean. Then we have the sauce bottles. Touched over and over and over. And then we have the outside of the bacon package. And then we have the drawers. You know, the cooler for the meat, the drawer for the cheese. We also have the big freezer, which you guys picked up on. You've got the containers inside the big freezer. You've got the containers inside the little cooler. Cheese slicer. The counter while we're waiting. The toaster. the toaster controls, the paddle, the toppings, the wrapper, and then what's not on here is whatever they typed it into, the scale or the cash register. So when you have a sandwich made, you're probably pretty cool with them wearing gloves because you don't want their bare hands to touch your sandwich. But we have to start thinking about beyond surface, not when it comes to healthcare, because those gloves did not keep your sandwich clean. They kept the person from touching it, but it did not really keep your sandwich clean. So we have to start to think about, well, wait a minute, who were those gloves really there for then? You know, who were those gloves really there for? Were they there to protect the sandwich? Because if so, they did a really bad job. But if those gloves were there to protect the worker, they probably did a good job because the worker didn't touch any of that. So now we have to start thinking, okay, well, who are those gloves really there for? Well, as the consumer, you're hoping they're there for you, but that's not really the case here. They protected her hands. They did not protect your sandwich. So we have to start thinking this through because in healthcare, we have to figure out who is really at risk. Who should those gloves really be protecting? Now, in most cases, we tend to think of us, the worker, just like the sandwich, right? We think of us. We are in a place with a lot of sick people. We don't want to get sick. We're going to wear gloves to protect us. But your immune system is pretty good. You're not sick. You're not injured. You're able to pretty much handle what you're going to come into contact with. What about your patient? Do they have an immune system that's in tip-top shape? No, and those patients are usually fighting something else. So if we are wearing gloves just to protect us, that leaves your patient out to dry. And they're really the ones at risk. Good? Does that make sense? We have to understand that, yes, we are in a pathogen-rich environment. There's all kinds of pathogens there. Remember, patients bring their pathogens with them. And these are the biggest, baddest pathogens in the county. We put them all in one place. But in order to understand how to keep our patients and ourselves safe from all of these pathogens, we have to learn about a topic called the chain of infection. This is going to explain to us how pathogens spread from one place to another, or in this case, from one person to another. So I have a whole lesson on this on page 123. Again, you don't have to take notes in my class. It's all here for you. So infection control is really as easy as 1, 2, 3. So there's a graphic in the middle of that page, and the graphic looks like this. And this tells us how pathogens get from one person to another. And it's actually a little harder than you think. It's a little harder than you think. So the first thing that we have to have in this chain of infection is a pathogen. No pathogen, no problem. If you don't have HIV, you can't give me HIV. No pathogen, no problem. So the first thing we have to start out with is with a pathogen. Now, we really need to learn as much as we can about these pathogens to figure out where they live, what they eat, and how they reproduce. And we have a whole part of medicine that deals specifically with this. Okay, they make that their life's mission. And then they pass that information on to other healthcare workers. So the first thing that we have to do is have a pathogen and know a little bit about that pathogen. Now, one of the things that we do know about pathogens is that they don't do very well out in the open. They don't like to be homeless. They don't function well outside of a body. They need a warm, dark, moist place to live. So if you have a pathogen that's on the surface of a table, it's not going to live for very long. It just doesn't. Okay. Are you getting too warm back there?
Just a little bit of kick on it.
Oh.
It's okay though. I can take my jacket off.
So pathogens need a nice, warm place to live. And once they get into that place, they don't want to leave it. It's home. They like it. They put their couches in there, they fluff their pillows, and they make themselves at home. This is where they live. In fact, they are so comfortable there that it's really hard to get them out. It's a home, not a prison. So that pathogen doesn't really want to go anywhere. It has everything it needs right here. It's not looking for a way out. In order to get a pathogen to leave that person, we have to provide a doorway. Pathogens can't go through the skin. They just can't. So they have to have a doorway out. Now, a doorway can be eyes, right? Any wet body opening. Eyes, your nose, your mouth, your genitals, your rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, or incisions. But in every case, they are leaving through an open doorway. They do not get out through the skin. Now, the really cool thing about pathogens is that they, even if they find a way out, they can't get around on their own. So wet body openings or doorways are natural body openings: eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. And you're going to hear me say this a lot, but we should always be looking for doorways on our patient, because remember, doorways can let pathogens out. But they don't have feet and they don't have wings. Pathogens cannot get from one place to another without some help. So if I've got somebody sitting in that chair right there that has HIV, and all of a sudden they spring a leak somewhere, they start bleeding or they start coughing. Well, it's not spread through droplets, but they spring a leak and that HIV is pushed out of the body. Remember, it doesn't want to leave. It's got to be pushed out. So HIV is pushed out of that body and now it's on that table. If I'm sitting over here, that HIV is not a risk to me at all. It can't fly over here to me. It can't walk over here. It has no feet. Pathogens have to have a mode of transmission. It has to have a way to get from one person to another. Now, in most cases, that means it's going to travel in liquid. Pathogens either need to flow or float to get to you. So in some cases, they can float on droplets in the air. In some cases, they have to flow in body fluids. And remember, I said there's a whole part of medicine that deals with this. This is what they focus on, is if we have a pathogen, where does it live? How does it get out of that home? What kind of things forces it out? And how, once it's out, does it spread? Do you guys remember at the very beginning of COVID, they were telling people to wipe off their groceries when you went to the grocery store at the very beginning, like week 1 of COVID. That's because we had no idea. The doctors did not have this information yet. And because we don't know how the pathogen is getting around, we're going to take all precautions. Well, after some time, when we started studying it, we realized that COVID spreads through droplets. So these are COVID super teeny tiny particles. They're viruses, which are like unbelievably small. And they're so small that they can hitch a ride on the saliva that comes out of your mouth when you're talking or sneezing or laughing or, you know, whatever it is that you're doing, coughing. Those little tiny droplets that have virus particles on them, as they come out of you, they're heavy. So they don't go very far. They just kind of go out for a few feet and then fall. That is called droplet transmission. And once we realize that droplet is how COVID spread, then they gave recommendations to help protect you and others from droplets, right? So they would give you information like stand 6 feet apart from one another. Because remember, droplets come out, they're heavy, they fall. So droplets that have virus particles are going to be in about a 6-foot radius. So if you stand 6 feet away from somebody, you're not going to be exposed to their droplets. Make sense? Okay. So we have to figure out, how does the pathogen spread? Is it through fluid? Does it flow? Body fluids? Or does it come out on droplets? So HIV that we talked about, HIV flows. A person with HIV can cough, but HIV isn't coming out that way. It doesn't escape the body through droplets. COVID escapes the body through droplets, but it's not really going to be spread through the blood or other body fluids. So every pathogen is going to have their preferred method of getting around. Now, there are some, very few, thankfully, very few, that spread through the air. Now, this is a little different than droplets. So yes, droplets are in the air, but they're heavy. They're on, they have to go on fluid particles, right? So they're heavy. They fall within about 6 feet. So those droplets are different than airborne. Airborne actually float by themselves on air currents, which means if I have an airborne virus, all of you guys are going to be exposed. If I have a droplet virus, she's the only one at risk. Does that make sense? Good. Now, there are very, very few airborne viruses, which thank God for that, because they spread very quickly and they generally do a lot of damage. So thankfully, there aren't a whole lot of those. Good. Good. Have you guys been hearing about the measles outbreak? Yeah. Okay, measles is one of the ones that spreads through the air, which is why they're telling people that, okay, if you went to, over the last, 4 days, we know somebody was at, this airport, they were at this restaurant, they were here, they were there. If you were in this space with these people during that time, you need to let your doctor know. And that's because, unfortunately, it's airborne and it stays in the air for a while. And even worse, it's like a 7 to 10 day incubation period. So if you were somewhere last week and got infected with measles, you breathed it in, you're not going to know about it for another 4 days, and you're still contagious now. So every breath you take, you're exposing all of us, and you don't even know you've been exposed yet. So do you see how quickly this can spread? Yeah, it's what we call very virulent. The conditions are just right for it to spread very, very quickly. So every pathogen has a place it likes to live, a way to get out of the body, a method of getting around called its mode of transmission, which is either body fluids or droplets, or in some very rare cases, airborne. But thankfully, we don't have a lot of airborne viruses. So that all sounds pretty bad, right? We've got a virus or a bacteria, some sort of pathogen. It got out of wherever it lived through a doorway. It traveled somewhere. So now we got a virus or a bacteria on the loose. Not a good situation, but not catastrophic yet. I'm still not infected. Just because HIV is out of that person and I touched it, I'm still not at risk yet. Because just like pathogens can't get out through the skin, they have to have a doorway. Pathogens also can't get in through the skin. They have to have a doorway. So the doorways are the same. Remember, we talked about doorways for the pathogen to get out being eyes, nose, mouth, genitals, rectal area, wounds, rashes, sores, and incisions. Those doorways that let pathogens out are the exact same doorways that would let pathogens in to a new person. Good? Make sense? So, if HIV guy sprung a leak, got HIV blood on the table, I went over and touched the table, I'm still not infected. HIV blood cannot penetrate my skin, just like gloves. But if I bring my hand up to my face, I have a whole lot of doorways on my face. And we touch our face way more than you think you do. Our hands are always up near our face, always. So you can accidentally bring pathogens to your face. So as a healthcare worker, one of the things you need to start becoming very aware of is how often your hands touch your face. Start getting control of your hands because, believe it or not, they'll betray you. They will betray you. I used to teach a class called Health Science Concepts, and one of the assignments I would give them is over the weekend, go to any restaurant, any fast food, just, yogurt shop. I don't care where you go, but go somewhere where people eat. And outside of eating, right? Don't count the eating part. Count how many times people touch their face. And it was eye-opening. One of the other things that they had to keep track of is how many people actually went to the bathroom and washed their hands before they ate. Less than 1%. So this is how things spread pretty quickly in a community. So now we've got that HIV pathogen on my skin. If it can't find a doorway to get in, it's game over for the pathogen. Remember, they don't do well homeless. They can't drill. It has to have a doorway in. If I don't bring it to any of my doorways, it will die on my skin. I don't really want dead HIV on my skin, though. It's still pretty gross. But if it does find a doorway in, if I bring it to any of my doorways, then we've got a problem. Because now that pathogen has another nice warm house. And it's going to set up shop, roll out its rugs, plump its pillows, and it's going to really kind of settle in. And now it's up to my immune system to figure out what to do. Now, if I'm invaded by a pathogen and my immune system knows who that pathogen is and how to kill it, cool. I'm not going to get infected because my immune system's going to do what it's supposed to do. It's going to kill that pathogen and keep me safe. This is called immunity. And you guys have immunity to a lot of different pathogens because you've been sick with it in the past. And your immune system kept a little index card that said exactly how to kill that pathogen with a picture of the pathogen, kind of like a wanted poster. And it's got it in a filing cabinet. And the next time your body gets a pathogen invader, It goes to that filing cabinet, flips through, finds the picture that matches, reads the instructions, and kills the pathogen before it can make you sick. System works great. We love it. Now, if a pathogen invades and your immune system goes to the filing cabinet and can't find any information on that pathogen, now we've got to start from scratch. So it's a race. And that's exactly what it is. In your body, it's literally a race. That pathogen is invading your cells, hijacking your cells, and turning your cells into manufacturing plants to create more viruses. So every virus has a different type of cell it likes to use. HIV uses immune cells. Cool. Measles uses a different type of cell. Chickenpox uses nerve cells. So every virus has a different flavor of cells that it likes. But the problem is that if it uses enough of those cells, then whatever that job those cells were supposed to do are not getting done. So now we got a whole bunch of cells that are offline. That can be bad news for us. If it's hepatitis, the cells that are offline are your liver cells, which means that you're not able to filter blood effectively. Toxins build up. It's what makes hepatitis so difficult. Good? Everybody with me so far? Okay. So it's a race. Your immune system is trying to figure out how to kill the virus, and the virus is trying to make more copies of itself to overwhelm the immune system. It is a race. So one of the things that your body is going to do during this race is try to make the house not quite so comfortable. It's a generator. They're trying to make the house not quite so comfortable. So one of the things that your body will do sometimes is turn up the thermostat. We call that a fever. A fever is your body's way of making the body less comfortable, hoping the pathogen is like, yeah, I don't like this place. Let me out. Sometimes your body will start coughing because this is a doorway. And when you cough, you're pushing those pathogens out of the doorway. This is why a lot of times you get coughing and runny noses, because your body is trying to eject those pathogens. Make sense? Okay. So we're in a race now. The pathogens are trying to make more copies of themselves. The body is trying to figure out how to kill the pathogen. Whoever wins is going to win. Now, thankfully, we're in a pretty good situation as humans. Our immune system is usually pretty good about getting rid of the invading pathogen. That's not always the case, like with HIV. HIV, left alone, will win. So this is where medications come in. As we study these things and we figure out how to interrupt the pathogen's work, medications can help buy us some time. Make sense? Okay. All right. So we've got a pathogen that invaded. It's now inside your body, and your immune system is trying to figure out how to kill it. If the immune system wins, you get a new index card. And your body now knows how to fight off that pathogen should it ever invade again. But if your pathogen wins, it's game over at some point. We don't want that to happen. So there are some things that we can do, though, to help this system along. Remember, it's all index cards in a filing cabinet. So there are some times that we can use some tools that we have to put index cards into the system. So we can tell the body, hey, this is the bad guy, this is what it looks like, and this is how we kill it. So even though your body didn't have to find that information out the hard way, we can give it information to know what to do if that thing invades. This is called a vaccine. A vaccine is when we artificially give the body an index card to tell it what to do in the event of an invasion. Good. So if we have a healthy immune system that's been trained to kill that invader, we're going to win. So this is all part of the chain of infection. We have to have a pathogen. They have a place to live. They get forced out. They travel to a new person, find a doorway in, and that person has to be susceptible, which means they don't have an index card and they're unable to fight the pathogen off, and the pathogen wins. Now, if the pathogen won, you are now a host. And the whole cycle begins again. Good? Do you guys understand the chain of infection? A lot of things have to happen. That's a very complex process. A lot of things have to happen for somebody to get sick. Okay? Remember that pathogens cannot get through the skin. That's the one thing I want you to remember out of this. Pathogens cannot get through the skin. So, when we're talking about gloves for healthcare workers, and you think those gloves need to be worn to protect you, you stop paying attention to what you touch with those gloves because you think they're there to protect you. But who do you think the one is really at risk here, you or the patient? The patient. You have a healthy immune system. Those pathogens have to hit every one of those boxes to be able to get inside you, and you have to be susceptible. So the chances of you getting infection are actually pretty low. The chances of the patient getting infection, much higher. So the rule of the game here, don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. It really is that simple. Don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. Whether you're working or not, don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. And that will prevent the spread of infection. All right, so it's only when a pathogen leaves a host through a doorway and travels in food or particles on the air currents and finds a wet body opening to invade and that person is susceptible can an infection occur. It's a whole lot of steps that have to happen. So don't let stuff from other people's holes into yours. And gloves can help prevent transfer of pathogens. Now, remember, pathogens can't get through your hands. They can't get through your skin. You guys remember that? But your hands go up near your face all the time without you thinking about it. This does not set off any alarm bells in my brain, right? Hands against my face, I do it all the time. But if you have gloves on, you are less likely to put your hands near your face. It's a physical reminder that you are probably contaminated. That's the role of gloves. Good? Make sense? So when we're working with patients and we have gloves on, we have to be mindful of what we're touching with those gloves. So we've got some rules here. Because those gloves really need to be put into place to protect the patient, not us, we have some rules that we have to follow. Your immune system's pretty healthy. It's currently on standby, but the patient's immune system is busy. And that's what's going to put them at risk in a pathogen-rich environment. So if their immune system is already busy, who's going to be left to fight the new invaders? Probably nobody. And this is what makes patients sick. Remember, pathogens can't get through the skin. So why do we need to know this as CNAs? Well, I want you to think about the tasks that CNAs help patients with. Remember, we talked about ADLs, activities of daily living, bathing, dressing, grooming, feeding. All of those things are going to put us in close proximity to your patient's doorways. As CNAs, we work directly with patients' doorways. And if we bring pathogens to their doorways and their immune systems are not equipped to deal with another invader, we can kill the patient. These are called healthcare acquired infections. They used to be called nosocomial infections, but nobody knew how to spell that. So they changed it to healthcare acquired infections. This is how serious this is. CNAs are responsible for the vast majority of healthcare acquired infections. And that's because we don't have a good understanding of infection control processes. We're told to wear gloves all the time for everything. We stop paying attention to what we touch with those gloves, and we are working around all of your patients' doorways. So I want you to have a better understanding of infection control than the average CNA. This is how we're going to keep our patients safe. Do you guys know what the number 3 cause of death in America is? Not.
Medical malpractice.
Yes, that's it.
What was it?
Medical malpractice. And this is number 1 on the list. Healthcare acquired infections. Number 3 cause of death in America.
Behind what? Heart disease and cancer?
Yep. That's scary. We are directly responsible for this as CNAs. We got to do better. So a lot of instructors will just tell you wear gloves for everything as a CNA. Wear gloves for everything. That's not a good strategy. Because when you wear gloves for everything, just like the sandwich person, we stop paying attention to what we touch with those gloves. We've got to be better than that. That's why I spend the time teaching this to you. So we've got some rules that we have to learn here. Let's go here. If we bring additional pathogens to that doorway, either on our hands or our gloves, that patient may not have the ability to fight off those pathogens. So even though those gloves might be there to protect us as well, they're really there to protect the patient, which means that we have to be super aware of what we touch when we have those gloves on. So we have some rules. We are going to wear gloves if we're going to touch body fluids, right? Anything coming out of the patient. Personal skin, those are the doorways. Breasts on females, genitals on both sexes. Or non-intact skin. Those are rashes, wounds, sores, incisions, any place that could let a pathogen out or in. So if we're going to touch any of those 3, body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we want an extra layer of protection because it helps remind us to keep our gloves clean for the patient. Good? Makes sense? Helps prevent cross-contamination. But if we are going to wear those gloves, the first thing that they should touch is the patient. Not the supplies, not the curtain, not the bed, not anything else. The first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. That makes sure that your gloves are always clean when you're touching the patient. What a lot of people do is they walk into the room, they put on a pair of gloves, they touch everything in the room, and then they touch the patient. And that does not keep your patient safe. This is all called standard precautions. It's used on everybody. Standard precautions, universal precautions, sometimes you'll hear it called. But we use it on everybody, and that's because you can't tell by looking at somebody whether they're sick or not. I mean, if you look at me right now, do I have HIV? How do you know? How do you know? I could be sitting right here with HIV, and just because I didn't tell you doesn't mean I don't have it. Right? And there's always an incubation period where somebody is contagious, but they don't know that they have it yet because they haven't been diagnosed. You cannot tell by looking at somebody what pathogens are inside their body. So we use this with everybody. If I'm going to touch body fluids, I'm wearing gloves. If I'm going to touch personal skin, I'm wearing gloves. And if I'm going to touch non-intact skin, I'm wearing gloves. Primarily because I don't want to bring anything to that doorway that can evade the patient. And the first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. So we're going to use this standard when working with all patients. So if we're going to touch body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we're going to need an extra layer of protection. And then we want to make sure that the first thing that those gloves touch is the patient. So this is relevant to the test. Because a lot of students, when they go to take the test, they'll put gloves on for every skill. And the skill that we're about to learn is pulse. Well, if you try to grab a set of gloves to take a pulse for the test, that evaluator is going to tell you, you don't need gloves for this. And if you wear them, that tells that evaluator you have no idea what infection control processes is. And who does that put at risk later? The patients. Do you see how that could lead the evaluator to judge you a little bit stronger? Because you are going to actively be putting patients at risk if you pass. Good? Does that make sense? So you've got to know when you should be wearing gloves. So it's not based on the skill, it's based on the patient. So let's talk about pulse for a second. If I am going to take pulse on you, what's your name? Lara. If I'm going to take a pulse on you, your skin is intact. So is mine. There's no risk here. So I don't need gloves. If I'm going to take a pulse on this lady and she just had surgery and she's got an incision right here, do I need gloves? Yes. So the skill didn't change. What changed? The patient. Gloves are not based on the skill. They're based on the patient we're going to do the skill on. So even though we don't wear gloves for things like exercise or walking a patient usually, if our patient has body fluids that we're going to come into contact with, or personal skin that we're going to come into contact with, or non-intact skin, then we need to put on a pair of gloves. Now, a lot of people say, well, why can't I just wear gloves all the time and not have to think about it and just make it easier? Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, when you stop or when you start wearing gloves without a reason, you stop paying attention. But there's another problem too. And it's environmental. Now, I need you to understand I'm not an environmentalist. I drive a gas guzzler. I like it. I like to go fast. I don't recycle. I'm not an environmentalist. But this does make an impact on me. want you to think about all the gloves that are used in a healthcare setting every day across the country. Now, we're just going to talk about America right now, not the rest of the world, just the United States. How many gloves do you think are used every day? Thousands. It's actually, yeah, it's actually a little bit more than thousands. So this is every day. Now, the majority of gloves that we use are not biodegradable. Like the gloves that you have on your tables, those are not biodegradable. That means that those gloves are going to be on this planet 100,000 years from now. Those gloves that you put on your hands right now are going to be on this planet 100,000 years from now. Now, we used to burn them. Hospitals had incinerators. We used to burn them, except that all of those chemicals that went up into the atmosphere ate our ozone layer. And we decided that's not a good solution. Let's stop doing that. So we stopped burning our medical waste. So it just piled up. And then somewhere along the line, somebody said, hey, you got this big ocean out here. Nobody's really using it. So we're going to put stuff in big metal drums, poke holes in the top, take them out to the ocean, put them in, they fill up with water, sink to the bottom. That was great. Except now, the fish that we're pulling out of the Northern Pacific have high levels of latex. So they decided that's not a good idea. We really shouldn't poison our own food supply. So now we're back to just like stockpiling this stuff. So let me remind you that every pair of gloves that you put on is going to be on this planet for 100,000 years. And we don't have any solution for that. This isn't going to be a me problem. I'm out of here in like 30 years. Realistically, this isn't going to be a me problem. But this will impact my granddaughter. Because right now we are filling a football stadium about 35 feet deep with gloves every day. At some point, we're going to run out of room. So wear gloves when it's necessary. But if you don't need them, don't put this burden on my granddaughter and yours. Make sense? So there is a downside. Now, again, I'm not an environmentalist. I'm not preaching to you. This is reality. There is a downside to wearing gloves for no reason. Now, the other downside is latex gloves are biodegradable. That's good. They'll be around for, I don't know, 10 or 12 years, but they do eventually break down. So that's better. But the problem is that if you use latex gloves on a regular basis, your chances of developing a latex allergy more than, more than quadruples. So you've got a very high likelihood of developing a latex allergy. Now, that doesn't sound so bad until you realize that latex is in absolutely everything. Everything. So trying to avoid latex items when you develop a latex allergy becomes very problematic. So generally speaking, we don't have a lot of latex gloves in healthcare settings anymore because of that. So now we're back to the non-biodegradable gloves. And we're right back to square one. So if the evaluators understand this, if you try to wear gloves for skills that don't require gloves, they're going to tell you you don't need gloves for that. You are. Yep. Yep, you are. And you're going to put them on in just a few minutes. We're going to add to that problem in just a few minutes. Yep. So there's one other problem here, and it doesn't really impact me too much, but cost. Gloves are expensive. Gloves are expensive, and they got astronomically expensive during COVID because of demand. So if we have expensive items that we're using willy-nilly, just all the time, that's going to have an impact on your employer. And gloves have to be paid for by the employer, which means that there's going to be less money for wages. So just kind of keep that in mind. It is a good idea to be mindful of the supplies that we use and the economic impact on your employer. Now, unfortunately, I wish I could say this a little bit differently. Most employers are more concerned about the profit than they are about your wages, but still be mindful. All right, so once we have those gloves on and we've touched the patient and now they're soiled, you have to be careful about what else you're touching in the environment because you don't want to spread pathogens around. So what have your dirty gloves touched? And then we have to learn how to take them off correctly. So all of you guys have gloves on the table in front of you. Go ahead and put a pair of gloves on. All right, so we have to learn how to take gloves off properly. All right, so I have gloves on, and I used to do a demonstration where I would use, you can do this at home to play. I would use shaving cream and just put a little food coloring in the shaving cream, and then have you put your hands in the shaving cream. So now you're completely covered in shaving cream. And you have to take your gloves off without getting any of that shaving cream on your hands. Now, it's a great experiment. The problem is that most students would end up getting shaving cream with food coloring in it on their clothing. And people started ruining their clothing. And then I got bad, they would complain. So I quit doing that. So that's something you can do at home. Put on some old clothes just in case, but put on a pair of gloves, put your hands in food coloring shaving cream, and then try to take these gloves off without getting any of that anywhere on you. It's a lot harder than you think. So in order to take gloves off, glove can touch glove. Glove cannot touch skin. So in order to take this glove off, I'm going to pinch up here. Don't go underneath. You want to pinch up here and pull that off inside out. And then roll it up. Yeah, let me do this first and then I'll get another set. So we're going to roll it up in our hand so it doesn't flap around. You want control over this one. Remember, the goal is no shaving cream anywhere. Now we're going to go underneath this one. Don't do this. Remember, your skin cannot touch the glove. We're going to go underneath and pull that one off inside out. So one inside out glove is inside the other inside out glove. And now you can throw this away or take it home to clean your toilets, your choice. All right, so let me get another set here. I've got a graphic on the screen that'll show you as well. Jake, give me. Yep, yep. So, oops. All right, so let me get this on and then we'll do a close up here. Okay.
You want me to go up a little
Nope,
bit?
you're good.
Okay.
You're good. Okay, so I don't want to go underneath. This glove cannot touch my skin. We're going to pinch up here at the bottom of the palm of my hand, and I'll pull that off inside out, winding it up. And then we're going to go underneath the glove here, not on top. We never want our skin to touch that glove. We'll go underneath and pull that off inside out. Okay. Go ahead and zoom back out. Unzoom. I don't know what the term is there. Widescreen. All right. So here's the problem with gloves, though. And this really kind of is the base of the problem. We think of gloves as a suit of armor, and they're actually not. your skin is a much better suit of armor than gloves will ever be. And that's because, let me give you a visual to understand this. You guys have all seen birthday balloons, latex balloons, same stuff that gloves are made out of. When you fill it up with helium, it bops up against the ceiling for a couple days, but eventually it starts to deflate. The way this happens is the fabric of the balloon actually lets the helium molecules out. They escape through the fabric. When the balloon is small, puny, those holes are closed pretty much. But as we inflate the balloon, the surface of the balloon stretches, which makes the holes stretch. And over time, now it does hold helium for quite some time, but over time, that helium will actually wiggle out through those holes. And then we end up with this little sad clump of a balloon, right? Hey. No, Shannon, come in. Come in. It's fine. You're good. Okay. So latex has holes. We can see it demonstrated here. Latex has holes. And when we have holes, if helium can get through, and viruses are teeny tiny little guys, right? Viruses can get through. Those gloves do not protect you the way you think they do. They do provide an extra layer, yes, but it is not foolproof. Those virus particles can get through the skin, and we have a lot of studies that verify this. They have had people wash their hands really, really well in healthcare, and then they cultured to see what would grow. And if we washed our hands right, nothing should grow, right? They would have people put gloves on and go do some tasks. They would have them take the gloves off the right way, carefully, and then culture the hands again. Every time, pathogens grew. We know that this happens. So what do you think you'd want to do after you take your gloves off? Wash your hands. And that is the step that most people miss because they think I had gloves on, therefore I'm safe. Have you ever gone to one of the big box stores back when they had cashiers and you saw the little old ladies with the gloves on checking people out because they didn't want to touch your ketchup, right? Well, they'd stand there for a 4-hour shift and check people out, scan all of the stuff. And then they'd go on break and they'd go to the break room, take their gloves off, and they'd think to themselves, their hands are clean, and they'd eat their tuna salad sandwich with a side of E. coli, right? It would be better for them to touch the ketchup bottles and wash their hands. Anybody ever wear gloves? What do they make your hands do? Sweat. The gloves, the fabric is usually dark, blue or pink or tan color, right? So we blocked out light. And your body is warm. So when you put gloves on and your hands start to sweat, we've got warm, dark, moist. What grows there? Yeah, all the bad guys, Absolutely. So the longer you wear gloves, the better the breeding environment is under those gloves. Yeah, surgery is a whole nother topic because we're wearing them for a very long time. In most cases, thanks, Shannon. No, you're good. You're good. In most cases in surgery, well, first, let me go over this first. Surgical prep is different from regular prep because we do a 3-minute hand washing. So we are being absolutely 100% sure there is no pathogens on our hands. And then most of the time in surgery, they double glove. So they take every so often, and they actually have somebody that times this. Every so often, depending on the standard, they will remove the first set of gloves and put a new set, but one set stays on. So they remove the outer and put a new outer on. So it provides 2 levels of protection, but that first level has to be changed out quite often. So yeah, they've looked into that too. I know it's really kind of crazy. All right. So did you guys learn anything about gloves today? Wash your hands after, and they do not provide the level of protection you think they do. And chances are we're probably going to touch stuff with them and transfer it to our patients if we're not super, super aware. So we want to wash our hands after, and we have glove removal steps there on page 43, but this is a visual of what I showed you. We pinch up at the cuff, pull it off inside out, go underneath the second cuff, and pull that off inside out. So that's a visual that will show you how to remove your gloves. So we've learned another principle. We know skill rules, the opening. Now we know glove rules and the closing. So glove rules are, we're going to use gloves if we might come into contact with body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin. The first thing those gloves should touch is the patient. Be aware of what your dirty gloves touch and make sure you're removing them correctly. Okay, so now that we know about gloves, I can teach you how to take a pulse. We're going to do this skill and then we'll take a quick break. Okay, so page 52, we saw this a little while ago, but page 52 has the principles involved. Gives us test-specific information at the bottom. There is a video for it. And in order to learn how to do this, we have to learn what a pulse is. So you have a heart on the left side of your chest, and that heart squeezes. When the heart squeezes, it pushes out a wave of blood. That wave pushes the one in front of it. That one pushes the one in front of it. And that one pushes the one in front of it. This is how blood moves through your circulatory system. It doesn't trickle. It moves in waves. Slasher movies get this right. Have you ever seen a slasher movie? Right? Blood spurts out. Spurt, 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 spurt. Good? Make sense? Now, we can actually feel these waves. If we push down on an artery that's near a bone, right? If there's a bone here and we push this artery into the bone, we can feel those waves under our fingers. We call that a pulse because it's a pulsing feeling. If we count how many pulses we feel over a certain period of time, we can compare that to normals and figure out if our patient has a problem. Good? All right, so what we're going to do is use 2 fingers, not our thumb. We do not use our thumb to take a pulse. Your thumb has its own artery, and when you press down on that artery, you might actually feel your own thumbs, which doesn't help us a bit. So we don't use our thumb. We use 2 fingers. Some people use 3, doesn't matter. But 2 is usually what, best. And we want to use our fingertips, not the flat area of our fingers, our fingertips, because you've got more nerve endings here, so it's easier to feel these thumps under your fingers because we have more receptors, more nerves. Good? So we use 2 fingers. We're going to press down on an artery. And when we press down, we're feeling for those waves to go underneath our fingers. And if we press too hard, though, we're going to crimp that artery off and you're not going to feel anything. It's like a straw. Press too hard on the straw, nothing gets through. So we're going to press down gently. And then if we don't feel it, we'll press a little harder. And if we don't feel it, press a little harder. And if we don't feel it, press a little harder. If we don't feel it, try a new place because I don't think you're in the right spot. Okay, because if you press too hard, you'll crimp it off. But if you press too light, you're not going to be able to feel those waves because they're only about halfway in the artery. So you got to press hard enough to feel it, but not so hard that you obliterate it. So we find our pulse point, we press down, we feel the thumps under our fingers, and we need to count. Now, normal pulse rate is 60 to 100 beats per minute. Pulses are always given over a minute. That's how we report them. Beats per minute. So 60 to 100 is normal. That's how many times your heart should be beating. Doesn't mean everybody's heart is going to beat like that. There are some situations where a low pulse rate is normal. Anybody ever see like a cardio athlete, somebody who does a lot of cardio work? I'm talking not people that are in the gym all the time. I'm talking like the Tour de France guys, Michael Phelps swimming guys, right? They're constantly doing cardio. Well, your heart is a muscle, just like any other muscle in your body. If I did bicep curls all day, I'd have biceps to kill for, right? Because I'm working that muscle. Now, clearly I don't. I get it. But if I did bicep curls, I'd have really good biceps. Well, when we do a lot of cardio activity, we have a really good, strong heart. So one of those good, big, strong heartbeats pushes out as much blood as 2 or 3 of mine. Because my heart just kind of goes, right? It's not really strong. If I have Lance Armstrong's heart, when his heart beats, it goes whoosh, whoosh. So his heart only has to beat like 35 times a minute to push around the same amount of blood. So cardio athletes will have a low heart rate. Now, on the other side of the equation, you have the gym rats, the big bodybuilders, right? They have the big muscles. Well, they don't do cardio because cardio leans you out. They want to bulk up. They don't do cardio. They do muscle building exercises, strength building. So what they did is give their heart way more muscle to feed, but we didn't strengthen the pump. So their heart rate has to go faster to push blood to all of those areas. So bodybuilders usually have a high heart rate. Cardio athletes have a low heart rate. But most everybody else is in the middle. 60 to 100. Okay? Now, it's not up to us to determine what normal is. If your patient has a reading that is not somewhere in here, 60 to 100, who do we tell? The nurse. And sometimes the nurse will go, oh no, let me go check it out. And other times they'll go, no big deal. That's why, because they have that information. They know who the cardio athletes are and who the bodybuilders are, because we assess that. Good? Good. So when we find a pulse, let me show you where to find a pulse. And Jake, you'll probably want to zoom in on me, on my wrist.
I'll adjust the camera to you.
Okay. So when we find a pulse, this is the radial pulse, because that's the one the care plan is going to tell us to use. The radial pulse is at the wrist. If we put our hand out like we're going to shake somebody's hand with our thumb pointing up, there's a bone that runs right here along the top of your wrist. Now you want to be here, like right where the thumb and the wrist meet, way, way up here, where the lines are, the bendy part of your wrist, not down here. You're not going to feel anything down here. There's too much fat and tissue and muscle there. You want to be up here. We're going to use 2 fingers. Remember, we use our fingertips. We're going to stand on that bone with our fingers. And then we roll forward and put our thumb on the back. And if you do that and relax your wrist a little bit, you should feel the thumps. Because what I'm doing, there's an artery that runs right under that bone. What I'm doing, I stand on the bone, roll forward. I'm actually pushing that artery up into that bone so that I can feel the thumps. See if you can find your thumps. Everybody find your thumps. Remember, it's at the bendy part of your wrist. Okay, so resume. Yeah, there we go, reframe. All right. So if you put your fingers there, you can feel the thumps. The problem is that over time, your fingers are going to relax. You can't help it. They just will. And you'll lose the pulse. So if you're counting for any more than 10 or 15 seconds, you are going to lose the pulse. It's just your hands will relax. So in order to keep that from happening, we're going to put our thumb on the back side of the wrist. So I find the pulse and put my thumb on the back side. So my fingers are in this shape. And this is what keeps consistent pressure. If I just do this, my fingers will relax. If I do this, I keep consistent pressure. So C for consistent. Good. Remember when we looked at the this skill before earlier, I told you that it's going to be a live patient. They're going to be laying in bed. Well, one of the things that they're going to look at here is if that elbow is supported on the bed. This is important. You never want the patient's arm just hanging out in midair. When an arm has to be extended and we're fighting gravity, that means that our muscles have to be engaged. When we engage our muscles, they need more blood flow. So what do you think that's going to do to a heart rate if I need more blood flow? It's going to raise it. So when you have a patient's arm like this, you are artificially increasing the pulse rate. So we're not getting an accurate reading. Keeping the elbow on the bed, you can raise the forearm, this is fine, but keeping the elbow on the bed will give us a much more consistent reading. Good? So make sure that elbow is on the bed. If you're sitting at a table, make sure the arm is supported on the table. Again, don't have it kind of hanging out in midair. So how long do we count for? Well, we know that pulses are always recorded over 1 minute, always. 60 to 100 beats per minute. But that doesn't always mean we have to count for 1 whole minute, because guys, 1 whole minute is a long time. We don't always have to count for that long. How would we know when we have to count for 1 full minute or when we can take a shortcut? Care plan, easy answer, easy answer. Now, this is the care plan for the test. Care plan for the test says patient will be lying in bed for skill, take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute, and record your reading. So how long do we have to count for the test? 1 full minute. If you take any shortcuts for the test, you're not following the care plan. What do we know about what happens when we don't follow the care plan for the test? We fail. So this is important. But if the care plan doesn't tell us to count for 1 full minute, we got a shortcut we can take. And man, we like these shortcuts. If you look, this is a full minute, right? If that second hand goes all the way around, it's a full minute. If you just count for 15 seconds and multiply that by 1, 2, 3, 4, it gives you your full minute. So a shortcut for pulse is counting for 15 seconds and then multiplying that by 4. So let's say that I'm counting for 15 seconds and I got 20. 20, 40, 60, 80. Pulse rate is 80. Now, if our care plan says count for 1 full minute, I can't use this. I have to count for 1 full minute. Good? Make sense? Now, I'm going to tell you that this is a skill that I imagine they probably will take off of the state exam pretty soon. I don't think that we're going to be measuring radial pulses for very much longer because we have, I don't even know if I have one here. We have an item. No, I don't have one. Called a pulse ox. I've got to make a note to find my pulse ox, please. It looks like a little clothespin, goes on the finger, and when you put that on, it tells you the pulse rate. You don't have to count for any amount of time. It just displays it on the screen. So in most cases, we're using pulse oxes rather than taking a manual pulse. But you still need to know how to do it. Okay. So here's our care plan and our step-by-step instructions. Care plan says patient will be laying in bed for the skill. Take the patient's radial pulse, measured at the wrist for 1 full minute. They even tell you where the radial pulse is, measured at the wrist, and record your reading. So this is a documentation skill. You can see the documentation form here. Down at the bottom, you'll see the supplies that we need. And for the test, you're going to count twice. once with each evaluator. So that means for the test here in Florida, we have 2 evaluators. I would be on one side of the bed, holding the patient's arm, taking the pulse. Evaluator number 1 would be on the other side of the bed. They're also going to hold the patient's arm and take their pulse. But the evaluator is going to be sneaky about it. When the evaluator takes the pulse, well, when you take the pulse, they need to see where your fingers are because they're grading on that, right? So they need to see where your fingers are. But when the evaluator is measuring on the other side, they don't want to clue you in on where to take the pulse. They're going to put their hand underneath the sheet and find the pulse so that you can't see what they're doing. But they are counting. Well, we want them to start counting when we do and stop counting when we do so we get the same number. So when you're doing this skill, there's going to be a clock right above the bed. You're going to look at that clock. You're going to pick a starting point and say start out loud. The evaluator will start counting to themselves in their head until you say stop. Okay. And you're not going to announce to the evaluator what you got. I got 68. What'd you get? You're going to do your closing, wash your hands, document, and wash your hands again. You're not going to announce the reading you got. Okay? Yes, that means you've got to remember that number while you're washing your hands. That can get tricky. You got to practice. So here are our test-specific steps. We always support their arm. Don't use your thumb. Use your fingertips, not the flat area. Radial pulse is at the top of the thumb side of the wrist near the bone. We always report it over 1 minute, but use the care plan to figure out how long you should count. Normal is 60 to 100. We're going to say start and stop for timing. And for the test, you can be off by 4 beats in either direction. So that means, let's say that the evaluator got 76. If you got 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, or 80, you are accurate. That is a huge margin of error, guys. Huge. All right, so we are going to do this together as a group. I am going to I'm going to ask you to come sit in this chair. And then, no, I'm going to have them sit there. But just, we'll wait just a minute here. So, you two, the single people, right, on the side of the table, you are the patient. Okay? You're going to put both of your arms out on the table so that each of the other 2 people can get to that arm. Okay, so you would stretch your arms out over the table, make sure they're supported on the table. You are going to find the pulse in her right arm. You are going to find the pulse in her left. Okay, so you're going to do the same thing. You're going to put both of your arms out. You're going to find the pulse on her right arm, and they'll find the pulse on the left. So once we find the pulse, we got to wait for the last person to come out. Once we find the pulse, you're going to say, okay. That way I know that you both have found the pulse. Once everybody has found the pulse, I'll do the timing for you. I'm going to look at the clock and pick a starting point, and I will say start out loud. When I say start, I want you to count the thumps you feel under your fingers until I say stop. And when I say stop, you'll see if you guys got close to the same number. And we'll see if you guys got close to the same number. And then you're going to be the patient. Put both arms out, and you 2 are going to count. You'll be the patient. You'll put both arms out, and then they'll count. And then the third person will be the patient. And that way everybody has a chance to play the patient, and everybody has a chance to count the pulse twice. Okay, good. So this is a fun activity that we get to do as a group. We're just waiting on one person. All right, well, we'll go ahead and get started. Go ahead and put your arms out and you guys can find the pulse. Make sure you put the thumb on the back. When you find it, say yes. So it's going to be a little bit closer, a little bit more up here. Relax your arm for me. Get that out of the way for you. You might be pressing a little too hard. Okay, got it? All right, ready, set, start. Stop. Okay, what'd you guys get?
I got 84.
Okay.
I feel like I lost it midway.
Okay, that's okay. That's all right. Okay, so now you're going to be the patient. So I'm going to ask you to come sit in this chair right there. So you're going to be the patient, put both of your arms out. You're going to find the pulse on the right arm. And you're going to start counting when I say start. Okay. Yes, you did. Yeah. So go ahead and I think you're a patient now. So go ahead and when you have the pulse, say yes. Okay. And I'll tell you when to start counting. You might be a little too close to the thumb. Go back up her. Yeah, there you go. Right there. Everybody good?
Mhm.
All right. Ready, set, start. Stop. What'd you guys get?
76.
Okay. All right. Okay. So now you're the patient. Go ahead and have a seat. Put both arms out. Last person, you're the patient. Go ahead and put both arms out. Let me know when you have the pulse. You can go over or under, either way. Here. Yep. So hold on one second. So I'm going to bring your arm over this way just a little bit. Are you right-handed? Come over this way, and you're going to go right over. Let me know when you have the pulse.
Okay.
You can scoot a little further this way if you need to. You can have her put her palm down on the table. Other way. Palm down. That might help.
Sometimes people have a hard time finding it. It's very faint. I have it.
Okay. Everybody ready? Ready, set, start. Stop. What'd you get? Okay.
56.
Okay.
I got 60.
Okay, good. Very good. You guys can resume your normal seats. So normal is between 60 to 100. So if you got under 60, what would you do? Okay, you could retake it. Sure, just make sure, and you would definitely tell the nurse. Absolutely. Do we get to judge? Do we get to decide, oh, I'm not going to report this because that's probably normal for the patient? No, we report everything, no matter how small we think it is. If we notice it, we report it. All right, any questions on pulse? When you were the patient, how long was that minute? Forever. Now that's, unfortunately, we're not used to pulses taking that long. So when you're the patient for this and somebody is taking forever to get that pulse, you might automatically start thinking something's wrong with me. Now that's going to raise your anxiety. What do you think anxiety does to pulse rates? It does. It makes the pulse go faster. It raises blood pressure, does all kinds of really wacky stuff in our body. So we're not going to get an accurate reading. We don't want anxiety. So we're going to tell the patient, this is going to take me a full minute. When people get anxious, they tend to talk. Is everything okay? Am I okay? Why is this taking so long? And that's going to throw your count off. So if you warn them ahead of time, hey, this is going to take me a full minute, they won't bother you because it's expected. Now they're not thinking something's wrong with them. This will take me a full minute, but I'll let you know as soon as I'm done. You can also ask them, I'll need you to remain quiet during this so that they don't feel like they have to talk and entertain you. If patients know what to expect, they're usually pretty compliant. Good. So, yeah. So for the test, there's going to be a clock right above the bed. You want to use that clock. And the reason is, remember I said there's two evaluators, right? So I'm on one side of the bed looking at the clock. The evaluator's on the other side of the bed, and they're going to count when I say start. They're going to stop counting when I say stop. That second evaluator is the one looking at the clock. So when you say start, they actually, with their pencil, write down where that second hand is. And when you say stop, they write down where that second hand is. And if it's not a minute in between the two, you did not follow the care plan. So then those evaluators are going to switch places. You're going to count with evaluator number 2, and evaluator number 1 will monitor the time. So you do want to say start and stop, but you want to use the clock that they're using to time you. Okay, good. Questions? Concerns? Problems?
Well, I was like way off when I did it.
Okay, so you need practice. That's really all it is. You just need some practice. Some people are a little harder to feel than others. Now, remember, I told you on Monday that this is minimum skills competency. I mean, set the bar really, really low, right? So the evaluators on the other side of the patient, they can feel what you feel because all of this is driven by the heart, right? The heart squeezes, pushes out a wave of blood. Whether we're feeling it here or here, it's the same wave of blood, right? So it's equal. Well, if the evaluator is having a hard time feeling it and they're experienced, that's not minimum standards. So that evaluator may actually go out and find you another victim. Okay. Now, but they're going to give you a chance to try to find it though. But something else that you need to know, and then we'll go on break. Something else you need to know about this. This happens in super teeny tiny people and children. When you're taking a pulse and you feel the pulse speed up and slow down, speed up and slow down, and it's consistent, speed up and slow down. There's nothing wrong with the patient. It all has to do with physics. Because in your chest cavity here, it's surrounded by bone. You've got ribs, you've got a sternum, and you got a spine. So this literally is a cage. Now, the things in the cage are all moving. You've got lungs that inflate with air as you breathe in and deflate and get smaller as you breathe out. You've got a heart that's pumping. And all that's happening inside a cage. There's not a lot of expansion room there, right? So in super teeny tiny people and children, because they don't have a whole lot of space in this area, a lot of times when you breathe in, your heart goes, whoa, because it's being squeezed and it speeds up. And then when you exhale, the heart rate will come down because, whew. And then they inhale again. What are you doing? And then they exhale again. So this is normal, okay, especially in teeny tiny people or children, but it still has to be reported. Now, that's a little different because it's regular, okay, routine, speeding up, slowing down, very, very regular that this happens. Now, if you've got somebody whose pulse is not regular, thump, 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 thump. That's not regular at all, right? We should be feeling thump, 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 thump. If you have somebody that's like really irregular, you need to go get the nurse right away. Because an irregular heartbeat, remember, it's pumping blood to all over the body. If the body is going that long without thumps, things can happen. Make sense? Okay. So a regular variation needs to be reported, but not really an emergency. An irregular variation needs to be reported right away. Abnormals need to be reported. Good. The more abnormal, the quicker you need to report it. If you've got somebody with a heart rate of 140, that needs to be reported 5 minutes ago.
So, like, if you realize, like, in the first 15 seconds, you're already at 45 to, like, 30, you just stop and go get
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. because that's way too fast.
Yeah.
And the problem is that, so the heart actually, just a little anatomy for you, so you understand what's happening here. The heart has 4 chambers. Think of it 4 rooms. Okay. So I like to think of it like the living room, the kitchen, the bedroom, and the bathroom, right? So you got 4 rooms. Now you can't be in all 4 places at one time. So blood has to move through the rooms. Okay. So the blood goes from the living room to the kitchen, to the bedroom, to the bathroom. It moves. Good? Make sense? Okay. Now, in between rooms, it has to take a side trip to the lungs to pick up some oxygen and come back. So, what happens when the heart is beating too fast is the blood doesn't really have time to go all the places it needs to go. So, we don't get good blood flow. Remember, it's got to take a side trip to the lungs. So, it's going from the living room to the kitchen, it's got to go to the lungs, it's got to come back and go to the bedroom and the bathroom. Well, that's a whole lot of places to go if you've only got that quick to get there. Probably not going to make it. So the faster the heart is beating, the less blood flow is going to the vital organs. So the more abnormal something is, the quicker we need to report it. It's not really a heart attack. This is something called tachycardia. And tachycardia can be caused by a million different things, and it's all going to be treated a little bit differently. But tachycardia just means a fast heart rate, and it depends on what's causing it as to how we're going to treat it. Heart attack's a little bit different. Well, sometimes heart attacks can cause a slowdown in heart rate, but a heart attack doesn't really have much to do with the pulse itself. The heart is a muscle. Like every other muscle, it needs blood. And it's a blockage that keeps the heart muscle from getting blood. Now, anytime muscle doesn't have blood, it dies. That's what a heart attack is. Interruption of blood flow to the heart muscle itself. And if it goes on too long and that muscle dies, now we've got a dead part of the heart that isn't squeezing.
I had a heart attack last year.
Did you? Oh.
And they thought because I was young that I wasn't having a heart attack. And I had a heart attack April 3rd. It'll be 1 year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Did you have a stent put in?
No, they didn't find any blockages. They just found plaque around the heart and they did a heart catheterization.
Okay. So that's unusual for there to be no blockages to cause a heart attack.
And that's what they said.
Yeah. Wow. Well, I'm glad you made a
They
recovery.
said it was a mild heart attack.
Wow. But yeah, it's usually an interruption of blood flow to the heart muscle itself. So any other questions about pulse? Any other questions? All right, let's go ahead and take your break. Come back in 15 minutes. Oh, okay.
You're unmuted.
All right. And we're back. Okay. Where am I? All right. Any questions on pulse? No questions on pulse? You feel comfortable going home and practicing that? This is one skill you can actually practice on yourself. You can take your own pulse, to practice, getting used to the feel. All right, so now we're going to move on to another skill today, and we're going to learn dressing a resident with a weak arm. So, page 102 gives us an overview of this particular skill. And if you look down at all of the principles that are going to govern this skill, they're all spelled out here. You can see that there's a couple that we don't know yet. So we're going to have to learn those. We know skill rules, we know the opening, we know glove rules, and we know the closing. But we have a couple here that we're going to have to learn before we can learn how to do this skill. I do have a video on this, and down here is test-specific information. So somebody with your level of experience should be able to dress this patient in 14 minutes or less. We're going to read the care plan in a minute, and the care plan is going to tell us to put socks, pants, and shirt on the patient. That's it. Socks, pants, and shirt. And you have 14 minutes to do that. Way more time than you need. Don't rush through this. Take your time. So these are the three principles that we have to learn in order to do this skill. Now we're going to use these principles on other skills down the road. So just like the opening and the closing is used in every skill, these are going to be used in quite a few skills. So let's start with the barrier. Now here on page 84, this is the overview of this principle. You can see how many skills are going to require a barrier. A lot of skills. And this isn't really a hard one to learn. I do have a video on it, but we're going to go through it really quickly here. It's not a hard one to learn. I have a lesson on page 85 that'll walk you through it. These are all the notes. But it really kind of boils down to this. This overbed table, we use it for meals. Like the whole food tray goes on it. We use it for meals. But that's not the only thing it's used for. The patient's going to use it to store all kinds of stuff. And we have to use it for our supplies as we're going to do skills. So if there's food on it or other supplies that it's been used to hold, we can't consider this a clean surface. Make sense? So in order to have a clean place to put our clean supplies, we're going to have to figure something out here. We can't just put clean supplies on this table, directly on the table, because the table itself is not clean. So we want to make it a clean surface by using a barrier. A barrier can be anything, guys. You can use a paper towel as a barrier. You can use a bath towel as a barrier. You could use anything as a barrier, just something to separate our clean stuff from the surface, because the surface is not clean. But for the test, we're going to use a very specific kind of barrier. This is called a chucks. It's also called a disposable underpad. You unfold it and it looks something like this. It has an absorbent side and it has a waterproof side. And we use these as barriers for the state exam. So anytime I'm going to put linens or anything else that I'm going to use with the patient on that table, I'm going to put this on first. And when I put this on the table, I want to put it on the table so the absorbent side is facing up. That way, if I spill anything, it'll be absorbed and won't go onto the table, won't flow onto the floor either. So barriers are used to create a clean supply, a clean place to put our clean supplies. When we get those supplies, we can only touch them with clean hands. Now, this is a really big checkpoint. What a lot of students do when they go into the state exam, because you have to learn the supplies that you need for each skill. If I'm your nurse and I ask you, hey, I need you to go in and dress Mrs. Hayes in room 415, I'm not going to tell you, you need to take in with you a shirt, pants, socks, a privacy blanket. I'm not going to tell you that. I expect to be able to give you an assignment and you know what you're going to need. That means for the test, you have to be able to memorize all of the supplies that you're going to need to perform the skills. Now, it's not a graded checkpoint that says got the right amount of supplies. There's nothing on the checklist that says that. But you're graded on what you do with those supplies. So if you don't get the supplies, chances are you're not doing the step that you needed that supply for. Make sense? Okay. So a lot of testing students, the biggest mistake they make, because they know they have to know the supplies. And that stresses them out because some of these skills have a lot of supplies. And because it stresses them out, they'll go get those supplies before they ever start the skill. So they'll go grab the supplies and they'll walk into the patient room with those supplies because they're afraid they're going to forget something. Don't do that. Because if you touch these supplies before you wash your hands, what did you do to these supplies? You contaminated them. So I get it. I know that that is anxiety producing for you to remember all of your supplies, but it's way worse to touch supplies with dirty hands than it is to forget a supply. So let's say that you are doing, making an occupied bed. And we know that we need a bottom sheet, a top sheet, and a pillowcase. And we're going to use a blanket on the bed when we take the sheet off. So the patient, no knobby knees, right? We don't want to see the knobby knees. So I go get a barrier and put it on the table and I get the supplies that I need, but I forgot the pillowcase. Totally blanked out, forgot to grab a pillowcase. And I get over here and I'm working with the patient and I change the bottom sheet and I change the top sheet and I look and I realize I don't have a pillowcase. Well, I know I have to change the pillowcase. I mean, that's a step. Do you think I can go into the clean supply shelf with dirty hands? No. So what could I do? Wash them. So if I stop, wash my hands, go get my pillowcase, I am fine. There's no problem with that. You can stop and get any supply at any time. Just make sure you wash your hands before you get the supply, because supplies are clean. Does that make sense? So don't get so stressed out about your supplies that you get them before you ever start the skill and contaminate your supplies. Learn the supplies, but if you forget one, it's not a big deal. It's okay. Just go get it when you realize that you need to. Wash your hands first, though. Good? So we have to wash our hands before we get our supplies. And then when we go get the supplies, you don't want to hold them against your uniform. Your uniform is not clean once you start work. Your uniform is kneeling on the floor, brushing up against the curtain, leaning against the sink, pressed up against the sheets. Uniform is not clean. So when you go get those supplies, you don't want to get them and hold them against your uniform when you try to spread this out on the table. Because you'll contaminate those supplies. So we wash our hands and we go get our barrier first. And we put that on the table. Once we have the barrier in place, then we go get the rest of the supplies and put those on the barrier. Good? Without holding them against us.
What if they have a lot of stuff on the table? You need to stop.
Okay, that's a great question. For the test, there will be nothing on the table at all. Nothing. Right now, I've got stuff on the table because I'm teaching, But for the test, there will be nothing here. It'll be nice and clean for you. Minimum standard competency, right? They're making it super easy. Now, in a clinical setting, you're never going to get that lucky. That table is the only surface the patient can reach. So everything they own is going to be on that table. Chapstick, juice for later, their water cup, their cell phone, their crossword puzzle book, everything they own is on that table because it's the only thing they can reach. So just like I did here, when I put my barrier on the table, I'm going to carve out a little space for myself, and I'm going to lay the barrier over everything else that remains. So that's how we get away with it in a clinical setting. But yeah, that table is going to be completely junked up. Just ask, can I scoot this over just a little bit, or can I put this over here for right now? I need the table to do this skill, and then put everything back when you leave. Because remember, that's the only thing they can reach. CNAs do this a lot in a clinical setting. They will go in and clear that table off so they have it to use. And then at the end of the anything back, they just leave the stuff wherever they put it. If your patient can't reach it, they're going to end up using the call light to call you to come get those items. Like, I need my cell phone. Can you bring me my cell phone? So you go in and you give them the cell phone, and then you leave to go take care of somebody else. They hit the call light again, but I need my chapstick. So you give them the chapstick, and then you go take care of a patient. They hit the call light again. So if you move it off the table, that means that they use that item, put it back. Otherwise, they're going to be on the call light for the next 30 minutes. All right. So we don't want supplies to touch our uniform. Keep covering that up and losing it. Clean supplies don't touch your uniform because you'll contaminate them. So we don't try to get that barrier when we get the rest of the supplies, because what ends up happening is I hold this, all the supplies against me to try to smooth this out. Get the barrier first, go get your supplies and put them on the barrier.
So hands are still clean, right?
Hands are clean.
Okay.
Hands are clean. So let me put this in order for you. I've read my care plan. I know what I'm doing. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. Get the barrier. Put it on the table. I'm going to ask her, what do you want to wear today? Because she has the right to choose her own clothing. She's going to describe something. I'm going to go get that and put that on the table. Now, so far, I haven't touched anything that's soiled. Everything I've touched is clean. And that's one of the big reasons why you can't go into the supply area with dirty hands, because we have to keep this clean so that our hands remain clean while we're prepping. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. All right. So we have to have two hands to spread that barrier on the table. Otherwise, you end up holding stuff against your uniform. So go get the barrier first. Put it on the table. Go get the rest of the stuff that you need and put that on the table as well.
What if there's stuff on the patients on the table, patient stuff, I let them know that you're moving them?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep. So let's say I had a whole bunch of stuff. Let me give you an example.
Random stuff.
I'm going to take this. Yeah, you got a pen or something for me? Okay. So, let me see. Yeah. So I go into a patient's room. I read my care plan first. I know what I'm doing, right? Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I need to get you dressed. Is that okay? All right. I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands and I'll be right back. I've washed my hands. Now, I got all this stuff to worry about, right? Now, I know that this may or may not be clean because it's been touched. So I have to carve a space out. Miss Jones, do you mind if I move this stuff for a few minutes? I'll put it back. Okay. So I'm going to put these items over here. What are my hands right now? So what would I want to do? Go wash them, because remember, I can't reach into that without clean hands. So if I have a table that's full of stuff that I know may not be exactly clean, I don't want to touch that stuff before I wash my hands, because I don't want to add pathogens. So I wash my hands, I move my items, and then I go wash my hands again. Once I've got clean hands, then I'll go get my barrier, open it up, put it on the table, go get my supplies and put them on the table. Make sense? You can never wash your hands too much. It really kind of boils down to that. Okay. So, important concept. We get our barrier first, we spread it onto the table, and then we go get the rest of our supplies. So that is barrier rules. And you're going to see me do this with every skill that has supplies. So this is going to apply to the majority of the skills that we do. You're going to see me do this over and over and over again. But we also have to learn privacy blanket. So a privacy blanket is something I'm going to put on the patient if I'm going to uncover them. So anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed, we need a privacy blanket. And the reason for that is this. If I'm going to dress this patient, I've got to get her feet exposed. So if I pull this sheet all the way down to get this patient dressed, she is in a vulnerable position and she's undressed. How comfortable do you think she is? She's not. Now, there's another problem here that we probably aren't going to think about. In this room right now, I am up and moving. I am very active. You guys are all sitting there. Do you think the temperature feels the same in here to me as it does to you? No. Why? What do I feel? Why? Because I'm moving around, right? So if you and I have a difference of temperature and you guys are fully dressed, do you think she and I have a difference in temperature perception? She's going to be way colder than you are, because not only is she not active, but she's also undressed. So if I've got a patient who is laying there and I take her sheet away, I automatically know she's going to be cold. Now, if I don't bring that to your attention, you probably aren't going to think about it because you're fully dressed and active and the temperature feels just fine to you. Does that make sense? So anytime that we remove the patient's sheet to do any skill, we need to use a privacy blanket. And that privacy blanket is going to be used to keep our patient warm as well as provide privacy. Now, there's another part of this that you probably aren't thinking about. So we know that we have a temperature difference between us and the patient, perception-wise. There's a temperature difference. But a lot of people think, as far as privacy goes, that this curtain is enough. Now, this curtain does protect this patient from being seen by him back there, right? It does protect him from people outside of the curtain. But who's inside the curtain with her? And I am a stranger. So even though we have this curtain for privacy, it is not providing total privacy for the patient because I am still in this space with her. So a curtain is good for privacy for everybody outside. But when it comes to their environment, we have to still protect them from us. And that's why we use the privacy blanket, so that we're only exposing the bare minimum that we need to do the skill. Good? Now, again, that's probably not something you would think about because we consider this privacy. You pull the curtain and it's private. We don't really think about us being the strangers that the patient needs to be protected from. So keep that in mind. Remember that you are a stranger. So even if we're not total strangers, I still want to provide some privacy. And I'll give you an example of this. Several years ago, my aunt had cancer, and she ultimately passed away from cancer. And toward the end, I went to her home and I, bathed her and dressed her and, just kind of pampered her a little bit. Now, this is my aunt. I loved her dearly. We were very close, and I knew her. She knew me. I was not a stranger, but I still used a privacy blanket because there's a respect component to this. Now, even though this is my family member and I love her, I'm still going to provide respect by limiting exposure. Does that make sense? So if I'm going to do that with my very own family member who I love, I'm definitely going to do it with a stranger that I don't have that kind of rapport with. Good? I would use a privacy blanket with my own mother, should the need occur, because it's respect. So we're going to use a privacy blanket anytime the patient is uncovered or undressed. Now, you will hear people say, no, I don't use a privacy blanket. The sheet is just fine. And that's okay. If that's the way you want to go, that's okay. There are a few skills on the exam that do require privacy blankets, and you'll see those as we go through. I use privacy blankets. This is not a you do this for the test and not in real life thing. I use privacy blankets. I think it's an important concept. I think we've lost a lot of respect for our patients along the way. I think we need to bring some of that back, especially when they're paying the bills, right? So this is something you should know. Nobody's going to tell you. The evaluators are not going to tell you, use a privacy blanket. The care plan is not going to tell you, use a privacy blanket. You need to know when a privacy blanket is appropriate. So anytime the patient's uncovered or undressed, you should use a privacy blanket. I was answering comments yesterday on my YouTube channel. I get probably 20 or 30 comments a day on YouTube, and I wasn't answering them for the longest time because it just got so overwhelming to me. But I've been starting to try to answer them over the last week or so. And this one comes up a lot. This and gloves. People are so confused about these two topics, privacy blanket and gloves. And it's because there's a lot of misinformation out there. So we just want to make sure the patient's always covered with something. Sheet, clothes, privacy blanket, I don't care. I just don't want to see their knobby knees. No knobby knees here. When we put a privacy blanket on, let me get a privacy blanket. When we put a privacy blanket on, and you can use anything as a privacy blanket. This is technically called a bath blanket. We use it as a privacy blanket, but you could use a towel. You could use another sheet. You could use something to keep the patient covered. But for the test, we're going to use this, okay, this privacy blanket. But when we put it on, we don't do what you do at home. So at home, you probably do something like this, right? We do the snapping, shaking thing, right? So first of all, watch how much that hits the patient when I do that. Yeah, that's not good. But the other problem is if I had powder on this bed, you'd be able to see this. But if I snap or shake this, what that does is it brings everything from the bed up and aerosolizes it. It puts it right here where I can breathe it in. Now, this is yeast, bacteria, dead skin cells, things that your body sheds. I don't want to be breathing that in. So we don't snap or shake anything in a patient environment. You simply unfold. Pathogens all up around your eyes, nose, and mouth. At the end of this skill, when I'm all done and I need to take this privacy blanket away, again, I don't want to see knobby knees. So I'm not just going to pull this blanket off and leave her exposed. If I've got a privacy blanket on and I'm all done with my skill, I'm going to pull the sheet up over the blanket and pull the blanket down underneath the sheet so that patient is always covered with something. I'm going to wrap this up in a ball. You don't want trailing edges to contaminate other surfaces. You need control over soiled items. So it gets compacted into a ball and then goes into dirty linen. But I don't want to do all of that with gloves on. Because if I have dirty gloves on and I pull that sheet up, that sheet goes right up next to her face where she's got a lot of doorways. So we remove our gloves and then we remove the blanket. Good? The order there matters. All right. So yeah, that sheet's going to go right up next to their face. You don't want to bring cooties right up next to their face. So we've learned barrier and we've learned privacy blanket. Now we're going to learn about linens. So anytime we get linens or anything off of this shelf, any what we call soft items off of the shelf, there's some rules that have to be followed. And the good news is we already know most of them. We've heard them before. Now, if you have a principle that is repeated, that means it's doubly important. So if we have a principle that shows up on another banner, it is doubly important. So let's look at the ones that are doubly important. Linen rules are going to be used in most skills, including the one we're about to learn, dressing a resident. I have rules on or notes on page 87, but here's our rules. Linens must not touch uniform. Well, we've heard that before, right? That's nothing new. That means it's doubly important. If you hold something up next to you, it will count against you on the state exam. Make sense? Whatever that it is, whatever the linens are. You have to have clean hands to get your linens. Well, we know that one too. That's doubly important. And then we have don't shake or snap linens. We've learned that one as well. So the first three are repeated, which means they're super important. Now, the next two we're going to wait on. I'm going to teach you those in a future lesson. So we're going to skip the next two. And we're going to go down to the very end. And unused items must be discarded. What that means is if you take too many of something, you can't put it back. You also can't leave it in the room. Because if you leave stuff in the room, it's out of our sight. We have no idea what happens to it when it's out of our sight. We can't consider something clean if it's been out of our sight. So we use it or we lose it. It's that simple. So learning the supplies that you need actually becomes a little more important. Because if we go in to bathe the patient and we don't remember how many washcloths it takes, so we decide to take a whole stack of washcloths just to make sure we have enough, whatever we don't use has to go into dirty linen, which means there's now less linens to use on another patient. This is not infinite supplies, guys. There's no magic here. Whatever you take has to be replaced on the next shift. So if you take everything, people aren't going to get the care they need because we don't have the right supplies. You have to learn your supplies because we can't return anything. Anything we don't use goes in dirty linen and can't be used on another patient. Good? You will have a test question on that. That will be on the written test. You've taken too many washcloths. What do you do? Leave them for later, use them on another patient, discard them in dirty linen, or return them to supply. That's right. Yeah, it's in the patient environment. Cooties. Good? Okay, so we'll cover the last two on linen rules a little bit later. So now we know all of the principles that we need to know to be able to learn this particular skill. Let me show you how important this is with this skill. So this is dressing a resident with a weak arm. This is the actual checklist that they're going to grade you with. Everything in green is our opening. Everything in red is our closing. This is linen rules. That's privacy blanket. This is scoot and roll, which we'll talk about a little bit later. So all of these steps, right? All of these boxes that have to be checked off. This is all that's related to dressing. This is it. That's it. That's all that's related to dressing. Everything else is a principle that we've learned. So when you learn these principles and we get to repeat them step after or skill after skill after skill after skill, you start to realize that you're actually only being graded on a very few things related to that skill specifically. Is the test starting to get a little easier for you now? You starting to see how we're just going to use the same steps over and over and over again? Okay. All right. Flashcards will help you with supplies. We talked about flashcards on Monday. I'm not a salesperson. I'm a horrible salesperson. But if I don't make you aware of this, students get mad because I could have used those. So I'm just letting you know that in the flashcards, you've got the steps for every skill, you've got the supplies for every skill, and you've got all of those principles. And during class, until graduation, we put them on sale for you. So now let's look at the steps specific to this skill. What do we need to know to do this skill properly? So this is all the stuff that doesn't have a color, right? This is specific to this skill. So page 98 is going to tell you some stuff that you need to know. One of the things you need to know is that patients get to choose their own clothes because clothing is an outward expression of what we feel inside. So patients get to choose. I'm going to ask this patient, what do you want to wear? But believe it or not, when I ask is graded. I have to ask the question, that's graded, but when I ask is graded. Now, when I ask the question for the test, they're going to give me an outfit that matches. No problem. But in a real life setting, a clinical setting, your patient may not describe an outfit that matches. They may say, I want my yellow flowered shirt and my purple plaid pants, and that does not go together. You can suggest an alternative. You can say, would you like your white shirt to go with that? That would look really nice together. Now, ultimately, they're going to make their own decisions about what they want to wear, but we can make suggestions, and this is why. If I walk into a nursing home and every patient lining the hallway is dressed in mismatched clothes and their socks don't match and they got two different shoes on and their hair is all messed up, what am I going to think about those CNAs? They're horrible. Absolutely. So when you offer to get clothing for a patient and they describe something that doesn't match, you can suggest something else because you are judged by the way your patients look. But if she says, no, I want my yellow flowered shirt and my purple plaid pants, okay, no problem. Let me get that for you. Now, we don't know what her motivation is. Maybe she just really likes that. You know, it's comfortable. Maybe. Maybe her son bought the shirt and her daughter bought the pants and they're both visiting today. Maybe it's bingo day and that's her lucky shirt. I have no idea what's going on in her brain. But if she says that that's what she wants to wear, she's going to wear it. We can suggest an alternative, but ultimately we're going to honor their wishes. Good? Make sense? Good? All right. So everyone has the right to choose their own clothing. This is what I just talked about. Now, we are going to have to get a barrier, right? So I read my care plan, I did my opening, I washed my hands, and then I got a barrier. I'm going to ask the patient, what do you want to wear? I'm going to get that outfit that they described, and I'm going to put it on the barrier. But it's very important that you do this in a specific order, because one of the things that we're graded on is minimizing exposure in our residents. Minimizing exposure. So if I get this patient completely undressed and she is naked laying on this bed, and then I ask her, well, what do you want to wear? And then I go get that. First of all, I'm reaching into clean supply with unclean hands, which is a no-no. But I'm also leaving the patient exposed or undressed, even under a blanket, undressed for an extended period of time. So yes, we have to ask about clothing, but we need to do it in a specific order. We are going to get their clothing before we undress the patient. Does that make sense? Good. So we're going to minimize exposure by pulling the privacy curtain, putting a privacy blanket on, and getting their clothes before we undress them. That could be a written test question. When we're lifting extremities, you always want to lift from below with a flat palm. We do not. We're not the claw machine at Walmart. We don't grab something like this and move it. When you do that, your fingertips will bite into them, can cause bruising. But because extremities can get heavy, if they slip out of your grasp and fall, they could get injured. So we never lift from above. We always lift from below with a flat palm, not a grip, flat palm, providing support without injury. I know it seems very simple, right? But these are actual checkpoints. And if they're checkpoints, that means that people before you haven't done them, which is why we have to go over it. Okay. Every checkpoint, by the way, every checkpoint is a common mistake that is made by students. That's how they come up with checkpoints. Common mistake that is made by students. So that's why I go over each one with you so we can avoid those mistakes. So this skill is going to give us a patient with a weak arm. And we're going to read the care plan in just a minute. But it's going to give us a patient with a weak arm. And the care plan will actually specify which arm is weak. We have to pay attention to that because the way that we dress and undress a torso is going to depend on the mobility needs of the patient. So for this skill, your care plan is going to tell you to dress them in a snap or button front long sleeve shirt. When a patient has limited mobility, if they have a shoulder that's not working or paralysis or something, we dress them side to side, not top to bottom. All of you guys have t-shirts on that went on over your head. That required your arms to be able to stretch out. If we have an arm that has limited mobility or a shoulder that's injured, the patient may not be able to stretch out. So we dress side to side. I'm going to show you a technique to use that keeps the patient from having to move that affected arm very much at all. Now, this is all done by the nurse during assessment. We tell the families or the patient, go get button or snap front shirts. And they will have in the care plan for you to use those button or snap front shirts. So that's why the care plan says what it does. Now, how do we do this? Well, we're going to undress strong arm first. So USA first, undress strong arm first. And then we dress the weak arm first. Now, when we do this, if I'm undressing the strong arm first, I've got a jacket on or a shirt on, right? Undressing the strong arm first, it makes that one do all the work. Pull the arm out of the sleeve, and then it just slides right off that weak arm. No movement necessary. Then we're going to dress the weak arm first, so the new item slides right up that arm, no movement necessary, and causes the stronger arm to do all the stretching and reaching and to get into that sleeve. Okay, good. So the clothes should be slid up the weak arm very carefully, minimizing motion. making sure that we don't overextend. We don't want to force movement. We don't want to injure the patient. I'll show you about that in a minute. And remember, your care is judged based on how the patient looks. So make sure the buttons line up or the snaps. Make sure the pants are over the hips. The toe seam is over the toes, not back and forth cattywampus. And anything that's used on the patient has to be cleaned up before you leave. So privacy blanket goes in the hamper. Dirty gown goes in the hamper. Barrier on the table goes in the trash. Your environment has to be clean when you leave them. Call light goes in the stronger arm because they have to be able to use it. So let's take a look at this care plan at the top, page 103. It tells us to dress the resident in a long sleeve, button, or snap front shirt, pants, and socks. The resident is lying in bed and has a weak right arm. The resident is not able to help with dressing. After dressing, leave the resident in bed. So when I told you to be careful not to overextend or force movement, I'm going to show you why. Now, this was a testing mannequin. We were a testing center for many years. This was the testing mannequin. She was used for testing. Inside her are steel cables that hold all of her body parts together. Steel cables. So if I lift this foot up, you can see that the foot, kind of acts like a regular foot, right? Because it's being held with a steel cable. Somebody during testing broke the steel cable. If they broke a steel cable, what would that have done to a human? Absolutely. So these rules aren't quite so silly when you realize that they've actually been done in testing. Now, that particular person was extremely upset that they failed. They were upset that they failed. If that were your family member, they did pass on the second try, though. That's good. That's good. But could not understand why they failed. They did the steps. Guys, it's not about the steps. The test is about the patient. When you start to make that switch in your mind, the test becomes super easy. The test is not about the steps. It's about the patient. Every one of those steps I just talked to you about has to do with the patient, not you. Good? Does that make sense? All right. So supplies that we need for this is a barrier on the table, a bath blanket over the patient, clothes, whatever they choose. The evaluator will choose the clothing. They are going to tell you, I want my red shirt and red pants, or I want my blue shirt and blue pants. It'll be very obvious to you. But on the shelf is going to be a short sleeve shirt. What does our care plan say? Long sleeve. So if you pick up the short sleeve, you didn't follow the care plan. And what does that do to our score? Yeah, cause you to fail. So it is a little tricky. They will have a short sleeve there. They're gauging whether you can follow the care plan. Good? Testing secrets here. All right, so to do this skill, we're going to ask about clothing preference. We'll get the clothing before we undress them. We'll support all joints when lifting. We'll undress the strong arm first. We'll gather the sleeve and dress the weak arm first. We're not going to overextend or force movement. We'll adjust their clothing to make sure it's neat. And we're going to put dirty items in the hamper. The call light will go in the stronger hand. I'm going to show you the video for this one because it has really good close-ups. And it will show you these steps a little bit better than me demonstrating it here. So I need to. Hello, Mrs. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Good. I'm here to help you get dressed. Is that okay? Okay, I'm going to close your curtain. Let me go wash my hands, get my supplies, and I'll be right back. The first thing that I'll get is a barrier to put on my table to make sure that my supplies remain clean. Mrs. Jones, what would you like to wear today? Your light pink pants and dark pink shirt? Okay. Is this the outfit that you described? Wonderful. I'll get a privacy blanket as well. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to spread this privacy blanket out over you. This will keep you warm and help protect your privacy as we do this skill. I'm going to carefully unfold the blanket, being careful not to snap or shake it as I lay it out over you. Once the blanket's in place, I'll pull your sheet down to the end of the bed. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to place your socks on now. We'll take one of the socks, scrunch it all the way up to the toe seam, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel. Now we'll go to the other side. We'll scrunch this sock up, put it over the foot, making sure the toe seam is lined up, lift from below and support at the ankle, and smooth the sock over the heel, minimizing wrinkles. Now I'll help you put your pants on. We're going to make sure the tag is in the back. I'm going to insert one of my arms into the legs of the pants and scrunch it up so I have control over all the material. We'll then place it over your foot, lift from below, and smooth it over your heel. We're going to repeat on this side. I'm going to put my hand inside to scrunch up the leg of the pants and then place it over your foot, lifting from below and supporting at the heel while we finish putting on your pants. Okay, Mrs. Jones, now I'm going to lift your pants up over your hips. If I can have you raise up your hips as high as you can on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. I'll make sure that your pants are over your hips and then cover you back up. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to elevate the head of the bed now. Please tell me when you're comfortable. And if I can assist you to lean forward, I'll untie your gown. Thank you. I'm going to tuck a corner of the blanket behind your back as you sit back. And now I'll remove the gown from this side. We're going to undress the strong arm first. Since our care plan indicated your right arm is weak, we'll undress your left arm first. I'm going to the other side of the bed now. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to undress this arm. Being careful to minimize the movement and support the arm at the elbow as I lift it off the bed. We'll remove the soiled gown.
We'll go ahead and rest your arm back on the bed. Okay, now I'm going to assist you with your shirt. I'm going to scrunch up the arm of the sleeve and put my hand through backwards, keeping your arm supported on the bed. I'm going to lift your hand and hold it as if we're shaking hands. This will keep all your fingers together as we place the sleeve over my hand and then over yours. Once we have the sleeve in place on your arm, we'll extend your arm out. I'll support at the elbow as I bring the sleeve the rest of the way along your arm. If I can have you sit forward, Miss Jones, let me assist you. Thank you. Make sure that you remain covered and smooth the shirt along your back. Come on back, Mrs. Jones. Thank you. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm going to assist you in putting your other arm in your sleeve. So I'll scrunch it up, put my hand in through backwards. And Miss Jones, if I could have you reach your arm up and back for me. I'll assist you to put your arm in the sleeve. Okay, Miss Jones, we'll rest your arm back on the bed now while I straighten your shirt and make sure that it is snapped appropriately. Okay, let me just adjust your clothing to make sure it's neat. Can I have you lean forward for me, please? Thank you. And I'll make sure that this blanket can be removed. Okay, Ms. Jones, I'm just going to gather up your privacy blanket and place it in soiled linen along with your gown. I'll be right back. Okay, Mrs. Jones, I'm just going to adjust your clothing for neatness and appearance and make sure that it's fastened appropriately and that you look good. Very nice. Okay, you have your call light here if you should need anything. Can I get a magazine for you? Okay, I'm just going to throw your barrier away and open your privacy curtain. Now we'll go wash my hands. After washing my hands, I'll think about the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
still muted.
Oh, no.
Coming back from the video, you were muted.
Oh, no. Okay. The answer to your question, go to YouTube, look up the playlist for the game show. That's the best place to get all of the questions. And our online course has over 1,000 questions in it if you wanted to take a look at the online course. Okay, so this is our last skill for today. We're going to learn range of motion of the shoulder. This is our overview page. Yeah, sorry. This is our overview page. It tells you, looking down the side here, the principles involved. Again, they're all spelled out here. Nothing new to learn. We know to read the care plan. We know to do our opening. We know to evaluate if we need gloves. We may not, depends on the patient. And we know to do our closing. So this is all we have to learn. Down here is test-specific information. So if you look here, somebody with your level of experience should be able to do this skill in 4 minutes or less. That's quick. This is a quick skill. It's going to be on another testing student. They will be laying in bed. So live person laying in bed. Charting is not required. I do have a video for you. Short version of the skill is up here. So let's learn what range of motion is before we learn how to do it. When we think about exercises in healthcare, we usually think about doing exercises to improve function, make somebody better. That's usually where our mind goes, right? Because it's healthcare. We're trying to get somebody better. But that's actually not why we're doing exercises as a CNA. We have a whole department geared toward doing exercises that make people better or improve strength, balance, agility. That department is called physical therapy. Physical therapists have a doctorate degree, 10 to 12 years of education. How long are we here? Not us. We do not do exercises to make people better. Physical therapy assistants, that's a 2-year degree. Not us. We do not do exercises to make people better. CNAs are going to do exercises to maintain the function that the patient already has. Our job is to keep them from deteriorating while they're in our care. So let me explain to you why this might be important. We'll talk about Frank. Frank is an older gentleman in his 70s. He is widowed. His wife passed away. He is very active, very active. And he and his brother Ralph go play tennis every Tuesday, and they are highly competitive on that tennis court. And on this particular Tuesday, Frank went to hit a volley back over to Ralph, and he really wailed on that ball. And when he did, something in his shoulder tore. So off to the ER they go. Doc says, good news, bad news. Bad news is you tore your right rotator cuff. That's bad. And I'm assuming you're right-handed. He says, yeah. He says, that's really bad. But the good news is the surgeon has an opening tomorrow. Can fix you right up. And Frank says, sign me up. I can't go home like this. So he has surgery. Now, the discharge planner comes in after surgery and says, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. We need this bed for sick people. You got to go somewhere, but you can't drive yet. You need some physical therapy before you can drive. We got to let that area heal. You're probably going to need some help with bathing, dressing, grooming because, you're right-handed, and you're probably not going to be able to make your own meals. So you're going to need some help. Do you have anybody at home that can help you? Patient says, no, I'm alone. My wife passed away. I live alone. She says, what about a rehab? Now, rehabs, they have physical therapy right there. You can walk down the hall, get your physical therapy, and they have CNAs that can help you with the bathing and the dressing and the grooming, and dietary will take care of your meals. 6 weeks, have you good as new. Frank says, sign me up. I can't go home like this. So he gets admitted. Now, my job as the RN is to go in and do a whole head-to-toe assessment on Frank and figure out all of his real problems and all of his potential problems. So I do my head to toe assessment on Frank. I write up my care plan, and I tell you to help him with his bathing and his grooming and his dressing. And I ask you to open his milk and cut up his meat during meal times. And I ask you to help him get to physical therapy so they can work on that right shoulder. So that's our care plan. At the end of 6 weeks, physical therapy has done a fantastic job with that right shoulder, but that's the one that they were focused on, the right shoulder. That's the one that had the surgery. And he's had you helping him with everything else. So how much work did that left shoulder do? Nothing. So what do you think is going to happen to a joint that doesn't move a whole lot in 6 weeks? It's going to stiffen up and the muscle mass will decrease. We call that atrophy, when the muscle mass decreases from lack of use. So 6 weeks go by, he gets discharged, his right shoulder is good as new, but his left arm won't work. Did we help him? No, he's actually in the exact same condition that he came in, just reversed. One shoulder not working. That is why CNAs do range of motion. Go back to my assessment. I know this is a potential problem. So I also add on the care plan for you to do range of motion on his left shoulder, the healthy one, to make sure it's exercising so we don't lose muscle mass, atrophy, and we don't lose mobility in that shoulder, which is called a frozen shoulder. So we are performing exercises on healthy extremities to keep them in the condition they're in. So we don't use words like no pain, no gain. That's not us. We will go through range of motion to the point the patient can comfortably tolerate. So if we are doing range of motion and we get to like here and the patient says, ow, the next one will go below the ow, and we will let the nurse know that there was an ow. We don't do pain. Good? We're trying to keep them in the same condition, not improve. So CNAs do exercises to retain function, while physical therapy does exercises to regain function. They sound alike, but they're two totally different things. So there's 2 types of range of motion. There's active and passive. So let me show you the difference. Everybody up? Active range of motion is when you give instructions to the patient, but they do the work. You just make sure the work is being done right. So if I can ask all of you to take your left arm and put it up in the air like you're asking a question, get that arm super straight, reach as high as you can, bring it all the way back down. Let's do it again. All the way up and all the way back down. One more time. All the way up and all the way back down. That was active range of motion. That is flexion extension. Extension is straightening a body part. Flexion is bending a body part. In this case, the shoulder is bent. Good? So, active range of motion, we tell the patient what to do. We make sure they're doing it correctly, but they do the work. Passive range of motion means I do the work. Go ahead and have a seat. So there's 3 different, we have to know, are we doing active or passive range of motion? Our care plan will tell us. There are 3 exercises that CNAs can do. Okay. So there's 3 exercises that a CNA can do. We already know everything else we need to know. So let's focus on the range of motion specific steps. We always lift from below with a flat palm. We've heard that before with dressing. Never from above. So we're going to lift from below with a flat palm. We're going to move slowly and smoothly. We have to return all the way to the start position. If you don't return to start, it is not a full range of motion. So pay attention to where you start because you need to end there. Now there's 3 different exercises that we can do. Flexion extension is up, down. That's what we just did. Up, that's extended. Down, that's flexed. Abduction, adduction is a side-to-side motion. When you abduct a child, you take it away from its family. Don't do that. That's bad. When you abduct an extremity, you take it away from its family. But I want you to pay attention to this because this gets students messed up a lot. Everybody back up real quick. So if you take your left arm and you extend it like we did earlier, and pay attention to where your hand is. Now bring it back down and think about the muscles that just moved, okay? Now bring your arm out to the side like you're making a snow angel all the way up and bring it back down. Do you see the difference in muscles? Even though our hands end up in the same place, it works different muscles in the arm. Do you guys see that? So even though the hand ends up in the same place, it's a different motion. So flexion extension is up and down. Abduction, adduction is a side to side. Now rotation's a little bit different. Not all joints will do all motions, by the way. Your elbow only moves in one direction. This is all your elbow will ever do. If you get an elbow to do something other than this, you broke it, right? So not all joints move in all directions. Your wrist does. Your wrist can go around. Rotation is around. Your wrist does. But to rotate the shoulder, it's not what you think it is. Most people think it's a pitcher windup, right? They think a rotation is something like this. That's actually not rotation. If you put your arm out, palm up to the side, and roll that arm all the way over so your palm up, upside down, do you feel what that does inside your shoulder? That is rotation of the joint. Good? Make sense? So there's 3 different exercises we could do. How would we know which exercise to do for this patient? The care plan. Just because we can doesn't mean we should. So we're going to look at the care plan to find out which joints, which exercises, and how many repetitions. We also want to ask about pain or discomfort as we do this. Watch for nonverbal cues, winces, grimaces, things like that. On the page, top of page 77, it tells us our care plan. It says, provide the following range of motion exercise to the resident's left shoulder. Flexion, extension, up, down, and abduction, adduction, side to side. Provide 3 repetitions of each exercise. The resident is not able to help with the exercises. So that's our care plan. This is super easy. We do an opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I'm here to do some exercises. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. I'm going to talk to you about hand washing in just a second. Close curtain, wash hands. And then we're going to bring the arm. Remember, we always support from below, right? So we're going to bring the arm above the head and back down to the bed. All the way to start, supporting at the extremities, all the way up, all the way back down, moving slowly and smoothly. That's flexion, extension. Abduction, adduction, we're going to bring the arm out to the side and back in. 1, 2, and 3. And then we do the closing. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can get for you while I'm here? Here's your call light. Make sure you're covered. Here's your call light. Bed is in the low position. Environment is clean. Open the curtain. Wash my hands. My skill is done. That did not take 4 minutes. I mean, your opening and your closing takes way longer than the actual skill. Good? Make sense? Everybody good with that? Let me talk to you about hand washing real quick. The first skill that you are assigned to do that's on your care plan set, that first skill, you are physically going to go to the sink and really wash your hands for real with soap and water, 20 seconds minimum, rinse and dry for the first skill at the beginning and the end of that first skill. After that, they are going to tell you you can simulate hand washing. So for this skill, since today it's my third skill, I would be simulating hand washing. Simulate means say. So I would just say, "Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?" "Fantastic. I need to do some exercises on your arm." We're going to look to make sure, look at that care plan to make sure that we're doing the correct arm, left arm. "I need to do some exercises on your left arm. Is that okay?" "Okay, I'm going to go close the curtain. I'm washing my hands." That's all we have to do to simulate. I'm washing my hands now. That's it. So when they give you 4 minutes to do this, it is way longer than you need. Good? Make sense? All right, I'm going to show you this video so you can see the close-ups of each one of those actions and where I put my hands, because it's a good top-down view, so you can see where I put my hands to move those extremities. You got it? You don't have to turn the light off. This is a 1 minute skill.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
I'm great. I need to do some exercises on your left shoulder. Is that okay?
Yes.
I'm going to close your curtain and go wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to do a series of exercises. We're going to repeat each one 3 times each. The first one's going to be a flexion extension where I raise your arm over your head and back down to the bed, and we'll do that 3 times. Is that okay?
Okay.
I'll do all the work. All you have to do is let me know if there's any pain or discomfort.
Okay.
I'll stretch your arm out here to start. So we're going to raise it above your head and back down to the bed 3 times.
Okay.
Supporting at both joints. We're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. Feel okay?
Yes.
Any pain?
No.
We're going to go up again and all the way back down. That's 2. 1 more. Up and all the way back down. That's 3. Feel okay?
Yes.
All right, your next exercise is an abduction adduction. We're going to swing your arm to the side and back in. We'll do this 3 times.
Okay.
Like you're making a snow angel.
Okay.
So we're going to go all the way up and all the way back down. That's 1. All the way up and all the way back down. That's 2. All the way up. Feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
And all the way back down. That's 3. Are you comfortable?
Yes.
Can I get you anything, such as a magazine?
No. No.
Okay, your environment is clean. Here's your call light. If you should need anything at all, please let me know. I'll go ahead and open your curtain. And there's nothing else that you need?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm going to go wash my hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
After washing my hands, I'll review all the steps of my skill, make any corrections, and then tell the evaluator my skill is done.
Okay. Any questions on that one? I would want that skill. If I were testing, that would be high on my list of I want that skill.
We have
Nope.
3 skills total.
3 skills total. Page 25 in your book shows you the 11 possible combinations of 3 skills. All right, so your homework tonight, you have 2 chapters to do. So chapters 2 and 3, they're long. They're long. Oh, good. They're not overly exciting. I know. But you will read chapters 2 and 3 in the yellow book and then take the tests on page 182 and 183 in your white book and grade them. You guys all have your review sheets from today. They've already been passed out to you. Now, on the back of that review sheet are the principles that we went over today. So it's a great way for you to be able to review what we learned in class today. And like I said on Monday, once you get all of these review sheets done for all 8 classes, that will make a study packet for you right before the test, because all of the principles are going to be on there. So it will remind you of all the steps that are required for testing. Does anybody have any questions for me?
Just one quick one.
Sure.
When we take the test, when we do our first skill, when we do the opening, we're gonna wash our hands.
For real. Yep.
And then for the closing, we'll wash our hands.
Correct.
And then after, when you go on to your second one, you're just gonna simulate?
They're going to tell you when to simulate.
Okay.
Don't simulate until they tell you.
Okay.
So remember, in Florida, we have 2 evaluators and they have to grade you independently. You guys remember that? So evaluator number 1 is going to grade your hand washing at the beginning of the first skill. Evaluator number 2 grades your hand washing at the end of the first skill. That's why you have to wash your hands twice. It's once for each evaluator. Once at the beginning, once at the end. But don't simulate until they tell you to. And the reason for that is that sometimes during testing, because it's your first skill, you get nervous and you get a little flustered and you might make a mistake. You might. It's your first skill. You haven't really settled into it yet, right? So if you make a mistake and you don't do that first hand washing quite right, they may not tell you to simulate yet. They may watch your second hand washing and grade. Now, technically, they're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to, grade you on your first skill hand washing. But they're human too, and they know you're nervous. So don't simulate until they tell you to. But if you get into your second skill and they haven't told you to simulate, you need to pay really close attention to that hand washing, because chances are you messed up on one of your other ones. Okay. So it's kind of a red flag. Hey, wait, I'm still washing my hands. There's a problem. I shouldn't be doing this. What did I do wrong? So they may kind of help you out a little, but they're not supposed to. So we're not going to make a big deal out of it. We're just going to let it go and pay attention to what we're doing. Okay, good. Any questions? Am I going too fast for anybody? Okay, I want to bring your attention to the fact that it is only class 2, and we already have all of these principles done and the last one. So we only have 4 to go. Okay, you guys are doing great. It's a lot of information to cover. I get it. It is a lot, but you're doing fantastic. Have a great weekend. Try to do something fun. It's not all about class. And I will see you on Monday. Sure.
You're just gonna have to make sure you wash your hands whenever you wash your hands, before and after, and just be careful of anything we're touching.
So we do our opening and wash our hands. And then after we wash our hands, we do our skill. After we do our skill, we wash our hands again at the very end. The last thing we do is wash our hands. In between, we're going to be touching the patient and their environment, and that's okay. This patient has their own cooties. Their own cooties are in their environment. So anything we touch here, once our hands are clean, is okay. But we can't take this person's cooties to that guy over there.
Oh, okay. So that's the standard precautions.
Right. Well, standard precautions means that if we're going to touch any blood or body fluids, personal skin, or non-intact skin, we're going to use extra precautions with gloves.
So PPE.
PPE is standard precautions. Yes.
Got it. Cool. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Just
You're-
wondering that.
You're welcome. Oh, are we still live?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I'm responding,
Thank you. No, that,
there's one more question for you.
okay. Can I buy these books if I lived in different states? Yes, Betty, you can. If you go to flcnatraining.com, Jake's putting it in the chat for you. Go to flcnatraining.com. Both of the books are there. You can go ahead. It's okay. Okay. Both of the books are there. You can order them. Just a disclaimer for the yellow book, I give you a link to Amazon. I do make a little bit of money. It's like 4 cents if you buy it through Amazon through the link. You don't have to do that, but just so that you know, I will probably get about 4 cents if you buy the book through the Amazon link. We just put that up there for you guys to be able to access it. I hope you guys have a fantastic weekend. I'm working on videos. I should have one posted sometime this weekend, so keep your eyes out for that. Let me know if you like this new format, and we will see you for class 3 on Monday. Until next time, happy caregiving. Bye.